小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
未来神の術、未来神2の段
螺旋丸、影分身の術、
カトン高火球の術。千鳥。
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
千鳥。
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴とともに散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
雷神の術。雷神二の段。
螺旋岩影分身の術。
カトン豪華球の術。 しらり
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
カトン豪華級の術。螺旋丸。螺旋丸。これでどうだ。しらりカトン豪華級の術。ドトン合流敵。
影分身の術。
カトン豪華級の術。ドトン導流壁。
多重影分身の術。
飛来神の術。しらり
螺旋丸。
球の術
螺旋丸螺旋丸これでどうだ
カトン豪華球の術ロトン合流敵
影分身の術
カトン豪華球の術ロトン合流壁
多重影分身の術
飛来神の術シラリ
螺旋丸
And we are finally on the last day of week number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to 2026 PMCL 4. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the wonderful Choo Choo will be your storytellers for today. And by the end of today, we will know who will be ranked first and who will be ranked last.
Oh, today's going to be a lot of drama. I mean, yeah, 214's drama is not going to be there, but it's definitely going to be the drama between Hive and YG. This is where I'm looking forward regarding today's last day for our week 1. Because this also, don't forget about this, Cloud. Depending on week 1's performance and overall ranking, we get to see whether Arc Nemesis teams will be in the same group or not for week number 2. Now, if that happens, that's going to be a total different story entirely.
Oh yeah, that's a good point, right? Because next week we're going to reshuffle the groups based on their performance. So we have no idea how next week group will be like. If 214 and ABC happen to be in the same group, I would say that will be the most fun pairing for me.
Imagine if they're stuck together for life for the rest of the week. It's going to be a never-ending. First, 2 teams will be outed early. But in case you guys just join us here, we're already in our last day in week number 1, which today is going to be the 26th of July. We have 5 group divided into 4 teams for each group. Where today, the 26th of July, is going to be the 5th day of our week number 1. But only 16 teams will qualify for the grand finals, which are going to be in the 20th to the 30th August. Now, it seems like a very long gap in between the league stage and the grand finals because we are giving way for another tournament ongoing that's going to be the PMWC 2026.
Yes, and of course, Yakuga Eagles will be in action by then. But by the end of next week as well, we will know who will receive what sort of prize pool here, because the prize pool of $30,000 is divided into the league stage and also the final. So there will be 2 different sets here. Of course, you don't want to be at the last place because you only receive $100. That's not going to be much, and you will have an extended break until the next season. But if you move into the finals, top 16 from the league, you'll be entitled for 2 sets of prize pools. So that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, we talked about the schedule early on next week, like how we both mentioned when it comes to the group, and there will be some reshuffle depending on your overall rankings by end of today. So week 1, they have to push all out for the teams that don't want to get stuck with certain Arc Nemesis of theirs in this lobby. But for grand finals, it's going to be another almost entire, I think it's definitely entire month of gap for other teams except for YG, because they will be non-stop grinding for PMWC as well.
Yes, and today they will continue the grind as well because they are grouped into today's games. Of course, by now you guys know the groups for week number 1, but you can forget about these groups after the end of the day because next week the groups will reshuffle itself based on the performance of the teams. So we got to keep an eye on that, and we will only get to find out after the end of today. So stay tuned to the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports as well to get to know the updated groups by next week.
Now, when it comes to group, we don't have Group E, which is going to be the final run for A, B, C, and D. Group E done their run yesterday, so we do know when it comes to teams at the very bottom, they need to come back now. But unfortunately for Group E, they can't do anything by now. They do just waiting at the bench, and just wait that they don't get pushed too far. We're talking about teams like, I think one of the highlights when it comes to the bottom teams, Elevate is in quite in a danger zone. I mean, it's not the worst. They still have week 2, but they have to put so much effort just to be in the grand finals to make up their, week 1 performance here.
Yes, and speaking about performances, right? So Yangon Galacticos is currently on top with 205 points. So they have about a 19-point gap between themselves and Hype International. But today, of course, both teams are playing, so that will be interesting. But what's going to be the bigger topic here, because we're still in the league stage, is who will end the week in the bottom 4. So now we have a few teams there, but the points are still really close. So that list could still shuffle.
Now, we do know when it comes to how they want to change the shuffle sequence, definitely it will spark a lot of interest when it comes to Rondo, because Rondo is going to be the map where a lot of teams will try to push as much eliminations and get those points in the overall rankings later. So Rondo, I assume this is going to be a very messy Rondo. And yesterday, I think the past entire week, Rondo never been the easiest one, never the most peaceful due to the recall tower options. But question is, can they survive? Because right now, always the case for yesterday as well, the one that's supposed to be the role of the recaller get taken out too fast. While the other teams, they're separated in the 3-1 formation usually, right? The other 3 players are not engaging yet. The recaller been taken out first. Now that's always going to be the issue, the one that been taken out early.
Well, this won't be an issue for all of us because we'll definitely get to see it coming soon, which is the collaboration between PUBG Mobile and also Spider-Man: A Brand New Day. So when will it be coming? You guys gotta stay tuned to the official announcements from the social medias of PUBG Mobile, and also log in daily because there's also daily rewards. You can get them inside the game while you're at it, and you'll definitely be notified for this one. I can't wait for this collaboration to start, and I'm pretty sure we get to play events being Spider-Man later.
Oh yeah. I don't know if they have their own Mary Jane version in the game, but we do know at least you have your own Naruto version in the Ninja Assemble call for all of you guys that love to be a ninja. Now, it's already been here for quite a bit for Naruto collaboration, but you guys still have time to try to play this collaboration, this mode right now. And we do drop tips and tricks by the pro players throughout the entirety of tournament, so keep your eyes out for those tips and tricks.
A legacy of elegance, a standard of performance. Prepare to witness automotive excellence as Ferrari joins PUBG Mobile version 4.5. Coming this July. Hashtag Ferrari. Hashtag PUBG MX Scuderia Ferrari. Hashtag PUBG MX Ferrari. Hashtag PUBG Mobile. Hashtag PUBG M450.
Well, now that's gonna be the ending of it.
Nice timing with that. I like that one.
I waited. Oh, it's not done yet. There's hashtag as well. Okay, I'm gonna wait it out. But speaking of Ferrari and everything that's going fast, it's definitely gonna be test track to be the perfect place for that. Test track, Neox Factory, Dancing. But we had Stadium as a start yesterday due to the circle, I guess.
Oh yes, and also the flight path as well. That will kind of impact where they will start. But New York's Factory, of course, that's a staple spot for teams that like to drop there. And we can expect a lot of fights to happen there as well. And it's Rondo. Let's go.
Will it be another record-breaking number here when it comes to Rondo? I am so stoked about this. Now imagine if we never have a Rondo with 30 eliminations. And I mean, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be a banger if that actually happens. But we do have a great start here with a hybrid, not hybrid, we call it duo or 2 flight path. Crossing right on top on the hills outskirts of Yulin. And slightly on the northern side of Danqing. Now that's going to be a very high ground there, but we do know when it comes to high ground, it doesn't matter when it comes to Rondo. It's always going to be about those points.
Oh yeah, points, especially eliminations, it's going to be important in this round because that's the opportunity for them to gain as much as possible thanks to the recall feature. And we're going to see a few early drops here. This time it's not going to be ABC and 214 because 214 ain't playing, but it's going to be ABC and Misfit International around the area of Lampo. But Neox Factory, as expected, lots of teams there. On screen, we're going to see Danching, and we have like, what, 5-6 teams here?
My eyes are also locked onto the solo drop for the players like YG Romeo, Marcus, Hive. Hive do have, I think Ramon is right on the northern side, but ABC, well, they love early fights, they're getting it. Sisu, GFS, Hive, ABC, who else? I think 214 might be in the fray as we speak, but we do have two very concentrated drops here, including on the northern side of Tooling, where things are quite feisty. We're talking about probably 7-5 teams around the same area on top of Danjing.
Oh, yeah. Even if we look at the minimap, right, I can't really tell what colors are where because everybody's like overlapping each other now.
Oh.
But Ho Xuan got stacked and he gets taken out immediately from there. And Shin's now pretty low. He does have 3 bandages though, but it's not about him having healing utilities. He has to find a quiet corner to reset.
Unfortunately, ABC definitely have to learn the alphabet once more. They're not doing great. That's too fast. I mean, we didn't even open the biggest screen just now. I think they were having that fight on top of dunching one of it as well. But Hive, this is their recaller, I think. Was it? No, probably is. Or maybe was it the entire team? Oh my heart is not good enough for this much action. But I think Hive, they still have Ramon. Last we've seen he's slightly on the northern side of where we're watching here. But we do have another team going out early. Is Sisu. The one that is dominating right now and winning a lot of fights is going to be GFS. And, of course, Hive International.
Oh man, and the fight's not stopping yet. I mean, it's Rondo. Let's see where will this need land. Nobody. The DOS makes himself known towards NGGZ. We have Miner and Mr. Clutchman Red here. And Mr. Clutchman Red, as usual, showing up, getting that one knock. Now it's got to be Hash. And if he wants to save his teammate, he has to hashtag eliminate them. But a little bit too late there. I wonder if he will still pursue.
Red is doing a lot of work just now. The clutcher for the team and is doing more. He's down to 1 and not really one last turn. We do know the recaller is somewhere different side of the map just for the sake of insurance for Time Esports. But what could be last man standing? But for OV, yeah, they're just 3 of them that as well. They're not going to be stacked up as a 4. It's going to be always 1-3 formation just for insurance policy for the teams here to make sure that they will survive a bit longer. And there's somebody to go for the recalls. But wrong, a bit too aggressive. Pick over the window. You got shot down instantly. OV, that's a quick and fast swing. I guess OV, they managed to recollect themselves because they got in a lot of fights before OV. They are one of the teams on top of Danching early on.
Yeah, OV is one of them, and we still have 7 Sky here. We have a good amount of teams still here in Danching itself. And let's see here, 7 Sky. Not sure if they have a recaller though, but on screen we see 2 of them. Maybe they do have a recaller somewhere else. Still trying to navigate around, and we do have amongst them Yangon Galacticos. Baby One Sec is down on his knees, and Myrna will eliminate him. That's going to be the first point for Yangon Galacticos.
YG. Not as much action as the other teams. I think they're playing it slightly safer and a bit more tactical approach. 7 Sky against YG. Still going to be a 4v4, but unfortunately it's not the only teams here. OV seems to be facing a lot of YG's trouble too. Smile. It was a bit bold going in the middle of the street where I have no smokes in between. I guess they try to loot and fight at the same time for most of the teams on Dunching because they definitely stopped the fight at ground zero at 0 seconds just now. But OV, that's going to be their recall to make. But, yeah, that's why Leo leaving over that Danching area on the northern side just now. Because the moment they recall, he's just going to regroup with the team. It's not worth, you know, sacrificing himself since they already used that recall tower.
Yeah, so they have to play this extra careful now. Well, Yangon Galacticos, they don't need to play this extra careful yet. Can still go around and gain maximum opportunity with the eliminations. They got 1 knock, but not able to secure the elimination yet. But that's okay. They can eliminate the remaining members of 7 Sky, and then they can take their time to take those points out. But only 2 players from Yangon Galacticos here. Interesting. But nevertheless, it's now a situation where they are in a 2v1. So they have the numbers, and all they need to do now is just to identify exactly where V-High is at, and they look like they do know now.
Do they know enough? That's the question. V-High still giving a lot of work and a run over money for YG. V-High is in high time right now, but the bullet seems to disagree with his actions, swapping over to his rifles, but he needs that that's 12k to put it to work. Securing Say Cloud. He's actually breaking his back for the team, right? He's the only one that's scoring for now.
But I'm pretty sure the rest can pick up. I mean, it's still stage 1. And let's see here. Here comes Mernat. V-High takes damage. Oh, they're pretty low though. Oh, but V-High won that 1v1. And it was down to his last bullet with the S12K. If he missed that one and he missed the second one, that's it. But great work by him. V-High. Wow, he's definitely on a high here.
Well, we're switching over back to YG. I guess Remy is trying to find himself that recall tower, but unfortunately it's not going to be only him interested in doing that. Last we saw, NGGZ got a couple of members down. I think they managed to do the recall around here somewhere there. So high chance the whole crew going to be here as well. So Romeo, he should not die. But good news, at least Mal is also bearing the same amount of responsibility. GC, are they desperate enough to push themselves even further? Because they start to take some actions to get those points. But they are at 19th place. They have to go bigger than this.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Cross, if they end at number 19, next week is going to be really, really hard for them. The good news is that above them, ABC 86 points have been eliminated, so at least they can, they have a better opportunity of going up one placement, and then you have 7 Sky, and then you have the rest. Points are not that far. Oh, but Smile. Oh no. Okay, now Romeo cannot be sacrificed. If Romeo goes out, that's it for Young Radicals, and it will be a big surprise. But it will be a big opportunity for Hive International then.
Seems like some journeys will be slightly longer for the teams that recall outside of the circle here. Deep in the blue. For OV, they're already in the center. That's a quick rotation. And the MP zones happen to be disappearing. With the great migration of stage 2 happening right now. I'm calling this one great migration stage 2 because it's Rondo. It's slightly earlier for the great migration to happen. But for VKS Amhop, I think they definitely know some information regarding teams nearby. But I do want to see whether OV, after they got almost the entire team obliterated by YG but managed to go for the recall, I think they're still going to have a second round of aggressiveness shown very soon against VKS. Whilst YG is still not recalling, by the way. They're still in the game, but unfortunately no recall tower nearby.
Yeah, and the best part of OV recovering all their players is that they are an aggressive team naturally. I mean, they showed up a lot throughout the week, and that's why they are at number 3 now. In fact, their performance is that good that I wouldn't be surprised if they will be able to take the number 1 spot. Considering that the first round here, YG is down to 1, we don't see the recall yet. If they don't recall, then the opportunity is wide open, not only for Hive, but OV as well. So this is a team that we need to keep an eye on and see if they can come up with a surprise number 1.
Back to it, the calm before the storm, waiting things out for the players to start migrating and jumping into the circle and get to see who's going to be the prey, who's going to be the victim, who's going to be the one hunting them down. It's all about some teams' high grounds here. Yulin area taken by Vanix, but here comes another go. GFS in trouble. Losing Shaco instantly. That's going to be Ranger or Range, one of the main Terminator for the team. Well, Black Eagle Esports suddenly make a scene there. We don't see them a lot just now, but they scored himself already 4. And unfortunately, it's going to be Time Esport. Last we saw, Time Esport already got almost eliminated, but they got Wako left to go and do the recall. I assume this is just them finish off their recall and reloot, where they get to meet up with another team. So unfortunately, I don't think there's any more nearby recall tower for them to get into the circle afterwards.
And that will be difficult, right? I noticed that recall for Yaku Gaikos happened too, so that's okay. But here is Vanix. One player, we don't see the rest. Or maybe they're behind. But anyway, circle shifted. Ooh, Hive International in the middle of it next to Observation Esports. So that's going to be interesting. But for now, it's going to be Vanix. They need to defend this ground. And Golden Cross, they are desperate for points. So they will force this fight. Miner gets knocked down. Oh, but beautiful name by Jeffrey. Wow, that was a nice bounce.
What an angle just now. What a bounce. But it's not done and dusted yet. They're not safe because MM is still alive. And GGZ, they tried to turn things around, but they lost red in the process. And now the one man standing. There's GC behind them as well. Jeffrey, he got himself an incredible nade. Lucky there's still Gerald alive. He managed to take one last recall on Yulin. And I think this is one of the very few recall towers available in this circle, just at the edge of it. Wow, and GGZ, they're getting themselves 7 eliminations right now. I guess I'm not wrong in predicting they're really going to go all out for their A game here today.
Yeah, and it's great, right? For NGGZ here, 7 eliminations. They have a bit of a gap with Observation Esports, but if they can continue on like that, anything can happen. The higher they place, the better their chance is to be into the finals. And of course, better starting points later on if they were to qualify into the finals. So great work here by NGGZ and all their players contributing to the elimination points. Now for Observation Esports in action against BKE. The moment they show up, maybe one sec, got one player and he has to find space for himself to heal. But before that, the point will be secured. Kid and Leo taken out.
OV have a casualty with no recall towers available. That's going to be very devastating for them. But they still have 2 players to go for the points. Unfortunately, Rex seems to be getting himself in a trap. Now, he got ambitious by trying to force getting a couple of pick-off against Black Eagle Esport. But the problem is there's no exit out once it's in. If you want in, it's going to be all the way in. And I don't see his partner will back him up. Last we saw one of the members of OV decided to go a different place entirely. I don't know what he's trying to go for. Probably trying to find a couple of towers or just giving cover fire from afar. Because last we've seen he's around those elevations just now. But if this does happen, it's basically 1v4 right now for Rex.
Yeah, there you go. Oh well, at least they have one recaller somewhere, I guess, because we don't see that one other player. But surely Rex's point will go to BKE now. And BKE, 7 elimination points. Not bad. Okay, and they will have the middle of the circle for themselves. So this is a good position to be at the same time.
BKE do have the potential to go to different fight at the same time. But they are actually getting themselves close enough with the eliminations of NGGZ. But unfortunately for NGGZ, they will have to leave Yulin. It just shifted slightly downwards. And GC seems to be interested with their fight though. We have VIX and it's going to be tough because they are competing against YG, fighting head on for our former or still defending champions for PMWC and defending champions for PMCL too. YG. Oh, they're holding strong with their compound at the cost of losing Small. It might be Romeo as well if they don't try to rescue, but I guess it's very doable. But unfortunately, still licking their wounds. GC coming in with a full squad rushing into it. They have to deal with 2 teams at the same time for YG now.
And the fight will continue on with Mernat being knocked down. Now it's down to only Romeo and Saycloud. Saycloud gets one target for himself, but he was too low to tank further damage. And Golden Cross will get him. And Yaku Galacticos eliminated by Golden Cross. They're out with 4 elimination points. Hive International will be looking at the elimination feed and telling themselves that this is their chance.
They're definitely cheering right now. So they will try to catch up and shrink the gap. Probably even overtake if they want to, because it's so doable with 4 eliminations already for Hive International. A lot of 4s across our board right now. But another team that we see them coming up and down throughout the entirety of this week, that's going to be Terra Esports. And they're doing great right now, losing 3 members. OV got eliminated, which opens up a different opportunity. That third place will open for all, including NGGZ, but Terra Esports at 11th have to slowly climb up, but not that too far off. Right now, they're slowly getting their usual groove and usual self, a bit more confident than the middle of the week. But we gotta wait and see whether they can carry forward for the entirety of the day. But GC kind of surprised me today. They're a bit more proactive than they used to.
Yeah, I like it, right? And I guess that's the effect of if you're a bottom team and you get desperate, this is what you can get. And I'm loving this for Golden Cross. But their next challenge will be against Vanix. Vanix Tova down on his knees though. He can still be revived. They do have a compound to play with. Smokes activated right now. Oh, Crazying? Not by Gerald from NGGZ. And they're not too far away. They're on the northern side looking at the minimap.
Ooh, a lot of teams slowly got taken out of this lobby right now. Seems to be unfolding itself for Hive. We're still at number 1 in 5 eliminations. Points getting better and more with them taking on NGGZ. One of their closest contender in this lobby right now, because OV is taken out. The 4th place is practically not playing here today. That was Hybrid Esports at 4th place. So it's a matter of time now whether NGGZ can still make it at least at the 4th place in the overall rankings. But they have to fight against, and force the fight against Hive probably. Back to Vanix Gaming. Down to 2 players with GC try to box them in and might get themselves in a pinch against MSI. But the circle, will they favor the center? High chance it will be. GFS do have this elevation, but it's actually on the right side more. It's Hive and Goodfellas circle all day long.
And the best part is that it favors Hive, like what you said. A team that wants to take the number 1 spot from the hands of Yagu Galacticos. But now we'll put our focus onto our highlight team here, Golden Cross. 6 eliminations, looking for their 7th. Trying to eliminate Marcos. Not able to land that nade into the inside of the building. But if they want those points, they have to do it fast. 20 more seconds and the zone will close. Now Renix Tova on his vehicle. Is he going to be the one to rush in? Not yet. Smoke's activated. Okay, maybe they're just waiting for that smoke bridge and then they will go for it.
They have to go now. Time is not on their side. Blue start to shrink. Oh, might as well drop a couple of nades before we are moving. I guess GC, they are splitted. Some of them do want to go for rotation. We saw themselves get into the vehicle just now, but then they cancel it out. Just toss a couple of nades to make sure that Vanix will not follow them hard behind. But VKS versus Time also going on somewhere. Kim, he got stuck. Oh, why? Why you have to pull over there? He got stuck somehow. And the worst possible timing. Marcus coming in. GC, that one member will leave. Ronin and Crazy. They should have left early when they had the opportunity just now.
Oh well, I guess they need to continue to play without him. At least they're in the circle right now. Even Renix Tova eliminated. Okay. Being in the middle of the circle at this point, stage 6 isn't a bad idea for them because they can still hold on to this position. On the other side, we have Hive International. They got a long range knock. No elimination yet for them as a follow-up. And for NGGZ, 8 eliminations this round now. NGGZ, they're also starting to turn up the heat. Maybe they got a little bit more motivated after looking at the fact that Observation Esports was out.
Hive. This is surprising. Hive just waiting things out. You know, they know they are in the center of a circle. They know that they don't have to put up too much effort to go out of their way to find their target. The target will present itself to to them. But it's also unusual to see Hive is sitting and waiting things out. So I'm not a big fan, but they definitely have something brewing up their mind. Well, speaking of which, he spot himself a VKS. I guess I have to take that back. They are doing something at the same time.
And GGZ, right now, they need to manage the next phase of the circle and potentially clash with GC. While that is happening, Whisper International is out. So now we're down to 9 teams. One more team to be eliminated, and we will start to see teams gaining placement points. And we have a good amount of teams with only one player left, like Elevate, GC will be one player officially now. So that 8th place will be coming very soon. But again, the circle favors Hive International, and also not to forget Goodfellas inside of it at the southern side. But Goodfellas will need to be prepared with the fact that BKE and also another team, Terra Esports, is in front of them. And there's a chance that they might go and try to take the spot of Goodfellas.
Speaking of GFS, they're not taking those high hills. It's quite a flat up there, but yep, it's still good enough for them to secure around the other side of the hill, because it will be a barricade across a team on the other side. But the problem is too many teams coming up from the south instead of the left side right now, so they have to deal with a lot of pressure. But NGGZ, they have been denied the entrance completely by Hive. GC, unfortunately, they slightly have a better performance initial fights early on, but they have to bat out with 7 eliminations. Still plenty. Back to NGGZ. Red bleeding out. Nobody can actually reach out to him. Still score a 9 right now with a trio. It's a very doable, but it's not going to be easy. Hive making sure they will try to block anybody coming, but VKS, they don't care. We just won in and we got it. 2v4. Why not? Let's go.
Oh, wow. We didn't get to see much of Terra Esports on our screen, but look at this, too. They are already at 11 elimination points. And they're looking for more. They just got to knock onto a player of BKE. But one of the highlight teams, Hive International, now down to only 2 players. And there will be at least 2 teams coming towards their direction. One of it is going to be VKS. They are right in front of Pretzel now. Pretzel sends the nade to the 2nd floor. Lil Wang 6 damage, but he's still alright. Pretzel now blinded by the smoke. But time is coming in as well. Oh no, it's going to be a 3-way war here.
For Hive, they're waiting for opportunity for this team to be a bit busy, but he couldn't see for Prezzo, so he's slightly overexposing himself on top of this wall. I'm not sure that's going to be a wise decision, but at least the smokes buys him time. The Wangs managed to knock one on Hash. That's probably going to be a huge nade just now that we kind of miss again. But for VKS, even though they are just 2 players, they're giving Hive really a hard time to survive. Due to the sudden rush just now, Hive losing more members than they could have count right now. Down to 2 players, 6 eliminations, but NGGZ and Terra Esports. Like you mentioned, Terra Esports getting those double digit, but NGGZ will not keep it quiet as well. Despite they lost one of their members, they're still going to go for more, but position-wise, it's just not the best. Terra Esport, VKS, Hive can just see one of the players of NGGZ around the flat area there.
And because of that, now NGGZ might lose Minor. And, oh, okay, point stolen but unknown from Terra Esports. Interesting, they're at 12 eliminations now. Okay, Lil Wang's this nade could be big. Oh, man. If he landed past the window into the building, he could have got something there. A second attempt here. And there you go. He gets range. And now, he has a good clear shot of Pretzel. And that will be it for Hive International.
Denied the attempt to take over YG. I guess YG probably have a bit of a smirk at the sidelines there. You're not going to overtake us anytime soon. And good news, the Rondo run, it's going to be the only time where they have plenty of opportunity for whoever try to catch up on the top. Speaking of catching up, now it's still around 20 points, 23 points for NGGZ to catch up to the 3rd place. I think they probably can place 4th very soon if they can score themselves a chicken dinner. But for Terra Esport, from the bottom now up the rise, they're having ups and downs and some declines in the middle of the week. I love to see they are back to their usual self for our first match today.
But which team will not be their usual self? Will it be Goodfellas? Will it be VKS all of a sudden getting this chicken dinner with the amount of players that they currently have? It could be for Goodfellas. They got Ichi. But still, Terra Esports with this higher advantage, Godspeed will be able to land a nade against Shaco, and at the same time picking up Ichi. Another nade! Oh wow, beautifully tossed! And that was by who? By Unknown! To take them all out! And Terra Esports now 15.
That was practically a Christmas for him. Thanksgiving Day came early for Terra Esports with that huge explosion. What a banger. But back to the side of unknown, can he still do the same? He got only one Molotov, but I assume they will try to reload their resources as much as they can, but they are surrounded left, right, center. There are bullets flying over their heads here. But at least, on the bright side, BKE and... spotted out there at eSport, but the other two teams seems to be busy among themselves for BKE and NGGZ, VKS among them. But VKS have the lowest percentage in this case because, I mean, they practically only have one player that's still healthy enough.
Yeah, so BKE having the highest percentage because they have a full team still. Oh, Terra Esports, they just lost Unknown to Frenzy. Now BKE showing up, and BKE, they're also looking at NGGZ. Whereas for VKS, they'll be happy on the other side. Like what you say, right? Low percentage because of the amount of players that they have, so they'll be happy to stay away from the action for now. But Terra Esports, they lost Ichi, they lost Godspeed, and they're out. But 15 eliminations this round, they're alright.
Oh, they got plenty. I mean, it's more than alright. That was amazing run. It's all about the points right now. I think they don't need the chicken to push themselves in the top 10 by the end of the day. They definitely got themselves at least 7th place or 8th place by now. But don't forget about BKE. They are one of the top 10 teams, including for NGGZ, who's aiming to be in the top 3 for the end of the day overall rankings. But for VKS, this rock is a wonder rock. The only thing that's stopping the other teams to shut them down right now. If not, it's gonna be flat as it can be. And it opens for everyone to shoot them down. And BKE on the other hand, well, I guess this plays a big favor for VKS since BKE slowly taken out limb by limb despite they had a 4 early on thanks to NGGZ kind of gave them back to almost square one equal field to start with.
Well, BKE, they still have the best advantage. Even though the circle is now out in the open because they have the numbers. But it could be anyone's game though, frankly speaking. Let's see here, spray by Lil Wangs will get from NGGZ. And Jarrell's a little bit too far from him. It's not easy for him to just go and save him like that. But VKS now, look at the zone, it's closing in behind them. They'll be forced to move forward. They're creating this smoke bridge so that they can get into the circle at least. And while that, MM's point, stolen away by Spyro. And Vin, oh, he made it himself. Oh no, what happened there? Oh no.
But oh no for NGG first, but they did score himself a double-digit eliminations. But scoring at 3rd place is going to be more than enough to push them slightly forward. But for BKE, I just hope they don't have another blunder at the very last minute. They cannot botch this one now. It's going to be 1 against 3 players. I mean, mathematically wise, how hard can it be? It's definitely not the easiest one for Lil Wang, but the rest of BKE, they know it's going to be a 3v1. I'm surprised they are still very careful for this.
Yeah, at this point, they can just finish the job. I mean, 3v1, come on. And don't allow Lil Wangs to deny the point. That point could go away. Oh man, point denied by Lil Wangs. But anyway, BKE, they still scored the chicken dinner. They could have got that 1 extra point, but they kind of let that slide away.
Wasn't the best, but still plenty of points. Still good news on the side of Black Eagle. Esports, congratulations. They're scoring themselves the chicken dinner. I think it's probably their 2nd or 3rd by now. So many chickens for the entirety of the week, and everybody's been rotating. And yeah, when it comes to the points, they score themselves plenty. Now, with their chicken dinner, I think that's... But it was a 3v1 still. There's no way they can botch this one out. Total of 16 elimination plus the chicken dinner. And there's a lot of points boosting their overall rankings later on. But it's definitely going to be Spyro as the MVP. He got good games. He got good fights all day long. But it's so hard for him to get the daily MVP. Hopefully today will be the day.
But if we were to look at the stats, yeah, it's going to be a Spyro here. I mean, the most eliminations, the highest amount of damage. So it's definitely going to be him. And he's been always showing up, right? Whenever like we have BK on screen, Spyro is always the more active player going around, creating moments and all that. So Spyro could be our MVP here.
I'm looking at the stats of damage taken. I guess everybody did pull their weight though, so it's all a matter of whether you are confident enough just now. But I agree they should have. If I just don't want by end of the week too that 1 point they didn't take against VKS might cost them the grand finals. Hopefully that's not going to be the case. But let's rewatch how Black Eagle Esports scored themselves that chicken dinner.
You brought a good point, right? You don't want that 1 point to haunt them later. So we'll find out by the end of the day. But as of this round, 16 eliminations in total is pretty nice. The same goes for Terra Esports as well. 15 eliminations, and then you have NGGZ with 11, and then you have VKS with 6. So these are our top 4 teams. At some point, I thought Terra Esports might have got it though, because yeah, they are a team that when they perform well, they can really go all the way. They can carry the momentum, but it's okay. 15 eliminations, it's all right.
Definitely for now. At least we can give them a wiggle room and benefit of the doubt. Still week 1, still got a whole week of opportunity and can redeem their mistake or rectify whatever they need to fix for week number 2. But when it comes to week 1 so far, we can see a very dominating 3 teams, probably 2 teams for now, I guess, because AV and NGGZ, or even what's the other team? Hybrid. Hybrid's not playing today. We don't see them as being the same consistency or over dominating like YG and Hive. I guess YG and Hive have the highest potential to actually just maintain for week number 2, but it depends. Because sometimes they don't feel like it, they don't want to do it, they might as well not. Because whenever they feel like doing it, they can. Same goes for these 4 teams right now. Whenever they feel like that is the good day, the good vibe, positive all the way, amp up for the day, they actually bring forward, like they took out a huge gap or huge Nate plays or even those eliminations out of nowhere. It's like they are magicians that can pull up, any tricks from their hats. But the miss seems to be hitting. The misses seems to be more than those hits. We don't see them quite too often compared to the over dominating teams. But congratulations, like we mentioned, is always going to be also elimination first, and then I think it's going to be damage second when it comes to the data analysis to get the match. MVP Spyro, he got many good plays, but unfortunately, I noticed something. Spyro, he get good knockouts, but it's so difficult for them to translate into points for Black Eagle Esports. Great start as a fight, but to finish it is always going to be a problem for them.
Oh, in other words, to land the final shot to secure the points as well. Yeah, and I guess that's why BKE could do better. But at least with this chicken dinner, they will put themselves in a strong position to not worry too much next week, and then they can just focus on to next week and try to get that slot into the grand finals later on. And for Spyro, of course, it's always nice to have your poster up there being the highlight player for this round. Besides Spyro, we do have a lot of good plays in this round. But that's of course because of it's a Rondo match, so everybody just go for it. I'll be interested to see how that will change in the Irango match later. But for now, points-wise, all our top 4 teams in this round ends with a double digit, and nobody went out 0.
Good news. I mean, it's a rare scenario, but we're loving it because it means there's not going to be anybody without their candy for the day. But at least they got something out of, this map for now. But when it comes to the points, definitely going to be BKE, Terra Esport. Despite they're getting eliminated slightly early than the rest, they have plenty of eliminations. This is huge still. But Terra Esport, I do want to know whether they managed to get themselves into the top 10 after this round. Was it enough for them? And did you see they are quite consistent still? Hive, on the other hand, well, too bad, still cannot catch up to YG, which YG also progressed with points. So I guess it's still some gap, but not too far. Basically, it's like what?
16.
How big? Oh, it's still in the teens. Still gonna be one map, yeah.
Yeah, so 16 points between Yaku Gaticos and Hive International. The race will still go on for sure. Bottom 4 though. ABC, they went out early. They only got 1 point, so they're still in the bottom 4 at number 17. They have a 5-point gap between themselves and 7 Sky. And then we have GC with 84 points, also not far from the top 16. SNK not far from top 16 as well. But for Elevate, I'm not sure if they'll be able to get out of the bottom 4. 58 points, if we compare them and 7 Sky now, the gap is quite significant. It is a 31-point gap. Yeah, 31-point gap. Mathematically, with 5 more games, yeah, you can do it, but 31-point gap, with their current performance as well, it's going to be pretty hard for Elevate.
I think this is quite, okay, yeah, the bottom teams do have a lot to think about and, have to revise when it comes to the entirety of the day that remains with only 4 more maps to go. But I find it interesting between that 14 points gap of YG and Hive. They do have the same amount of placement points. The difference it's gonna make is definitely gonna be those eliminations. YG had it more, so it's a statement that YG saying we have better firepower, we do have more aggressive approach compared to you. But getting into match number 3, we're gonna hit the breaks for a bit just to have a bit of a refresher. See you guys after this.
And we're done with the Rondo match. Now we're back into Erangel, and we'll be playing 3 Erangels back to back as usual. And in this Erangel, we're starting to shape up what will the overall chart will be like by the end of the day. Will it be Hive International? Will it be Young Gaidicos? Or will it be Observation Esports or anybody else that might take that #1 spot? Stay tuned to this Erangel. Can't wait for this one.
I'll be honest. I thought we were already heading into the third map of the day.
Wow.
That pause was slightly longer than it used to be. But yeah, this is actually the first rank of the day. I don't know why. It just happens sometimes. I get foggy start of the day, I guess. But when it comes to Wrangle, it's everywhere. Circles everywhere in here. Except for Zaki, of course. Zaki never exists. For once, not ever. So we're gonna see whether finally Zaki time in Wrangle, please. Once, just one time.
Well, for the 1,000,001 time, we will see Choo Choo whether she will get her wish of getting a Zaki circle here. With this flight path that starts from Severny going all the way down to Milta Powers area. And well, since today we don't have the usual suspects of 214, so we won't get the 214 versus ABC fight happening. But we have got a fight inside of Severny before, and that happened like once. Now with the flight path on top of it, I wonder if we'll see an early fight between Goodfellas and another team. There seems to be an overlap, so I think we're going to get a fight in Severny early.
Elevate versus GFS, perhaps. Elevate, are they the one that actually crashing into GFS? Well, that shows that they really want to move their ground rather than being the hot stock 20th place down there. But will it actually work? Because last we've seen Elevate forcing themselves to drop or crash into different compounds that they're not used to. It seems like they're slightly lost with their objective there. Hopefully this time they do have a little bit more structured approach compared to last time, which was yesterday. And definitely it shows. They actually got Shins straight away getting those points, and there's going to be a tricky circle. High chance we ended up right on top of Farm Mill or even Medusa intersection by undecisive circle. Might as well ended up in SMB or JFS. There's a bit of trade between both teams. It's 1-1 for both Elevate and JFS, but yep, they did manage to get the elimination or execution just now. But other than these two teams that are fighting, I don't think anybody else seems to be crushing in early.
Yeah, so that means we can just focus onto this fight now, whereby is Elevate that lost one player, that is Mango. Time is being picked up. But Shaco, it's very close. We go for it. Okay, revive kicked in. He closes the door. Holy smokes, he will shoot from the outside. Nice jump shot though to get Shaco. And Shaco will be eliminated. On the other end though, Say will be out as well. Thanks to Wrong. He did nothing wrong there. But because of that now, Elevate and Goodfellas, both of them, 2v2. Can be anyone's game now.
Still going to be tough, even though they are winning over this one. Heavy casualty for both Elevate and GFS. The more they got to lose, it's going to be GFS, but everything for the win is going to be Elevate. They got nothing else to lose, might as well just try it out. But for the others, there's going to be quite a peaceful start. Not going to have too much action until stage 4, perhaps with this sort of circle. Well, set 4, if it shifts down to SMB now, there's going to be a hectic run for the teams in the main peninsula. Not for YG, I assume. They're pretty happy themselves and OV around the SMB area. But I guess for GFS, they know they are the one that losing. There's more compared to Elevate. They want to be slightly safer and try to wait things out. On top of Lipovka, 7 Sky, I guess, there's going to lose the usual PUBG Mobile. I mean, the others not fighting is always going to be, drop down, survive, loot up, have another go. It's just same repeat of the cycle.
Yeah, since there are no big challenges elsewhere, so that means that we will still focus onto this fight. And this area is about 1,000 meters away from the circle. going to be quite a travel for them, and they will be one of the earlier places to get the zone. Speaking about the zone is closing now. Both teams still at a Mexican standoff because of that one road that separates them. And Elevate, well, looks like they're no longer interested. We can see them exiting Severny. And to me, that's a good choice. Exit, get a vehicle, and either focus onto rotating or get another spot to loot up.
Peekaboo, I see you. Yep, denying their mobility while waiting things out. They're just gonna come out from the hiding spot by the end of the day for both teams. I guess that's gonna be stage 2 to answer for that one. 1,000 meters far from the safe zone. That's still stage 1, so they have whatever it takes they need to before hitting stage 4. Oh, I see that one. I mean, like, we need to get out. We are losing more than we should have. We are the one that actually not getting any benefit of this. So how do we exit out without making a sound? Bikes, I guess, for Goodfellas Gaming. That's pretty smart. I like that.
Yeah, and because of that as well, then, well, both sides are out. Goodfellas getting creative as well. Yeah, and great call fight by both sides, right? If the fight were to continue, if it was a Mexican standoff, then it's a lose-lose situation. When it becomes a lose-lose situation between the two, the bigger loser is going to be Goodfellas because Elevate, well, they will still be at number 20 and you can't go lower than that. But for Goodfellas, they might still be able to be caught up by other teams below them, and at this point, they don't want that for sure.
Yeah, thank you for re-emphasizing that one in case you guys just missed that fight just now. Coming up from Cloud, but yeah, Elevate. Plan B, they go. They know that JFS just now will not force the fight anyway. It's been quiet for quite a bit. They don't want to waste their time to. Smoke's trying to find a couple of places to loot up. Cram is doing his own thing. I guess they got themselves a meeting up point or rendezvous point afterwards after they're done with the northern side, knowing the fact that stage 2 circle will be slightly further than they hoped for. Quite a central circle, I must say, still slightly on the right side, of course. ABC, just now they got eliminated too early on top of Rondo. I was hoping for them to actually get more since 214 Pro is not playing. But I guess, you know, sometimes your competition is the one that actually pushes you forward. You know, some of them do need an enemy to actually get himself motivated. So when there's no 214, ABC feels like a bit, I would say, slower, less aggressive compared to when 214 is actually playing.
Yeah, no 214, no party, right? For them. It's like all of a sudden, it's like, okay, even in the first round, they only went up with 1 point. So yeah. But ABC, they need to push for it, right? Because they have a good chance of being in the top 16. And hopefully they'll be able to do better without 214 as their mortal enemy. But they need to start as early as possible. If they leave it until the later games, then I worry it might be too late for them. But the good news for ABC is that at least nobody got eliminated early. No 214 to clash with them early. The rest is up to them next.
What are you going to have for dinner?
I don't know yet.
You know, I never know. I do know Philippines cuisine a bit because, well, we've been there before. Very similar to ours, sinagang. But I never tried Burmese, Myanmar sort of cuisine before. Have you tried them before, Cloud?
No, but I know that there is a mall here that actually sells Burmese cuisine.
Really?
Yeah. It's around the area of Puduraya.
Oh, I need to try it. I never know what kind of cuisine they actually have.
Yeah, I only saw like some content somewhere that tells me that. So I have not tried it myself, so I can't say much. And that's all I know. I know there's a location there, and that's about it.
If you guys know, do verify for us. If you are close to Kuala Lumpur as well. Do tell us where we could find, a different. I always love regional cuisines. It always surprise you in a way that this is quite. I mean, the basics, the fundamentals of the ingredients is always something that's very familiar to us, but the way they mixed it, it's a very unique combination. Now, speaking of combination, a unique combination to actually see Vanix versus BKE, because BKE, they don't really into early fights that we've seen. I mean, from my observation, not into early fights too often. They usually start, engaging when it's stage 4 onwards, when it really matters, or when it's a bit more cramped down. Vanix, they love fights here and there, but not too much as well. The one that really love early fights is always going to be ABC and GGZ. These going to be your usual suspects.
Yeah, ABC especially. That's why it's sometimes like a hot and cold situation for them, right? Sometimes they do well, they win, and they can go a little bit further. But if they don't, then that's why they're currently bottom 4. So taking early fights, nothing wrong with that, and I'm all okay with that. But you gotta boost up your win rate with the early fights. That's all, and that's the case for ABC, right? And sometimes it's hard for us to see more of them because they keep losing early. But if they can win maybe 1 or 2 early fights, then we might see them go all the way.
It's true. When you got momentum, just go for it. You're just gonna steamroll. Shouting out to one of our very passionate audience there. Rohan, you've been awesome. I've been watching the entire week. He's there. He's a die-hard fan for YG, of course. I'm curious about what YG do have for their, daily meals as well, especially prepping for a bigger stage like world stage. Example, definitely they have their dietitian there. But when it comes to preparing Elevate, they were quite prepared in the start when they changed a bit and crashing into a different compound, but they weren't prepared enough to caught off guard when they are transitioning into the circle. They got caught in the process by NGGZ. It's an easy elimination by MM just now. It was definitely straightforward. Now, unfortunately, Elevate, it's not enough. They already suffered at 20th spot, but they're losing it more this time.
Yeah, down to only 1. I don't see them. I mean, with this kind of performance, I don't see them getting out of number 20, the dreaded number 20. So if that's going to be the case by the end of the day, then next week will be a crunch for them. They have to finish very, very high next week in order for them to have a chance to win the grand finals. If not, this will be that season that Elevate gets eliminated early. And Elevate, they're also not like a new team. They have this organization or this team has been around for multiple seasons. It'll be funny to not have them in the finals.
Terry Spots, BKE, Seven Sky losing men now. But for Terra Esports, I like the fact that they're back to their usual self, a bit more confident if you compare it during their middle week. Very quiet that time. But for Hive, unfortunately, things just didn't work out for them so far. I mean, starting from yesterday, it's just going south. I feel like they're being forced into the fight they're not wanting to be part of. For Time Esports, they'll manage to get themselves an opening, and Terra Esports, just like how I just praised them, they eventually did just start to lose men as well. But we talked about GFS before. Unfortunately, GFS, they are taking too much blues in right now. I'm not sure if they will be alive.
And I'm not sure how Observation Esports is right now. They just lost 1 player. Maybe a drive-by, maybe a long range. Hopefully we'll find that out later. But what we're sure is that they're spending time in the blue. As for Time, actually we gotta think about it as well. Now that I have a little bit more thought about Time, they didn't start off the week well, but they are slowly and quietly now they're in the middle, so that's not bad for Time.
Yeah, coming up from Group A, majority of them did not start out okay, except for Vanix. Vanix is the reverse if you compare with Golden Cross or Time Esports. They're building up their performance trajectory slowly and surely, but it took them a longer time than we hoped for, because today is already the last day of the week. Whilst Vanix Esports is like one trick show, they are super high up there. Second map, we're talking about the same day, not even across the entire week. The second map onwards is just completely different, feels like different people playing. Completely gone. The only one that feels slightly kind of inconsistent trajectory right now. They are ups and down. I would say it's 7 Sky. Because GC, very, very low start at first, but at least it's not going backwards. Same goes for Time Esports.
Yeah, 7 Sky, we see them a lot on our screens too. But overall, they're number 16 now. Top 16, but ABC is not far behind them. GC is not far behind them. So they really need to keep up the pace. Circle shift towards the north and GGZ. Ooh, with the copper in the middle of the circle, that's a really good spot there. But that means that with this hardship, a lot of teams at the south will need to rotate together, and we can expect a lot of clashes at the southern side of the circle.
Major thinning of crowd there, just on the north of Shelter. Speaking of Shelter Prison, Fast. They had a good run before. I just hope they don't start to lose momentum now, because the moment they start declining, it's gonna be just rolling down the hill and keep on going sour for their performance an entire day. I just hope that's not gonna be the case here right now. But they're still in 10th place. Like I mentioned before, we talked about it yesterday. I think 100 points is definitely going to be a borderline benchmark for them to be at 16th place by end of today. That's already super low right now. I mean, if compared to the average, I think it should be 120 points for the benchmark. But nonetheless, we're going to shift over for our Shelter fight that's still ongoing. ABC, they're in a pinch. But at least they got themselves elevations. They are in between VKS and BKE. Now, BKE do have a wider spread, which they are not as big as a threat compared to VKS just next to them. That's the reason. Because NGGZ has been taking a lot of their players out with that. I mean, now only Spyro, who's the MVP. I think, yeah.
Oh, well. You were talking about Spyro. And while that, Elevate last player out, and they will be rooted at number 20. But Observation Esports, okay, this is a high potential team, but we only one active player, which is Rex, going up against Misfit International. It's going to be really hard. And the moment they rush in, they take him out, and Observation Esports will only gain 1 point this time.
Seems like our top teams do meet up their ends quite differently when it comes to the last day. Terra Esports, despite having a trio, YG now on Vanix. We do have a lot of smokes here where MSI is starting to shoot against Golden Cross. I guess YG do have their aim right now fully focused on Vanix, which we're not sure about their standings here. But we do have Romeo slightly curious about the southern side. They were practically in the eastern of the circle. But just checking things out. I like how YG actually make it into a habit for the entire roster here. Despite they are a bit busy with the different... Wait, Pretzel, you did that on day 1.
Somebody's returning to their old ways. And too bad. Hive International out. Oh man, just when we thought that, okay, Hive can maybe catch up to Young Galacticos, but now they're out. And not sure what happened to Pretzel there. But Young Galacticos, they gained 4 elimination points so far in this round. And they will continue to pull away at the top.
Oh man, I mean, he did redeem himself for the rest of the day after that happened. I guess that's just, we can take it as, an indicator from Pretzel that he's going to go all bang out after this. He's definitely going to push all the way towards getting those daily MVP here. But I'm trying to be optimistic. But YG, here comes the rush. Their contender is none other than Vanix that have been aimed by YG a long time. But right now it's going to be crash time towards their compound. Lord, on the other hand, completely put their objectives on hold. They thought they could just wipe off a Vanix off the surface instantly, but unfortunately it was some sort of miscalculation with their timing there. But the circuit happened to be shifting. Good news, at least YG and Venice, they can resume their fight. It's going to be MSI trying to be a third party coming out of Mansion.
Oh, and YG has a good clear shot onto one of the players of Vanix earlier, but now YG not having a good time, and their players are really low. Smile will be knocked down by Jeffrey with that beautiful nade. Saycloud will be alone in that building together with Marcos and Lord. And here comes Misfit International as well. They're joining in onto the party, and Saycloud will be eliminated. Yangu Galacticos gains 4 points in this round, and the fight in this area is not done yet. Misfit International arrives to try to take out Vanix.
Marcus. Master Lion. Our top three's gone. And GGZ. Will they want to do something about it? It's still going to be a long howl coming up from the NGGZ. It's definitely going to be a long work for them. But for MSI, they definitely have very good, highlights for MSI. But unfortunately, they always kind of got eliminated just slightly a bit early, around stage 5, 6, and 7. They couldn't make it for the position rankings, and usually they got a lot of good knockdowns, which I was gonna mention. But can they execute? And execution sometimes an issue because there's so many teams where they start to fight, and third party is real in this lobby.
Yeah, especially with this kind of open space, right? A third party could come from afar as well. And Master Lion, too much open space for him, receives damage from Jeffrey, and he will be knocked from there. And now we have 7 Sky on screen. We have only 1 player left. And it's going towards the middle. Can he make it though? Okay, found a spot. Okay, he'll be okay for now. But there goes Master Lion. FV and Co on the other end, and Jeffrey will be happy to pick up those spoils.
Speaking of spoilers alert. Vanix, they're not safe, even though they want to pick up the spoils, but unfortunately MSI do have those high grounds. Marcus managed to make a way in. The hovercraft will not be... Yep, it just might as well explode it. 7 Sky got taken out. We do have 8 more teams to go. Given the opportunity NGGZ to catch up to the 3rd and 4th place, but it's going to be the museum fight between Time Esports and VKS winning over this big time.
And big time Esports out. Now we're down to 7 teams. Stage 5. This round is really fast right now. ABC in a fight of their own, and now it's only Xiaojia, final player left. By the edge of the circle, his teammates will be eliminated. And long range Vanix will still not let go of Misfit International. They will still put pressure onto them. And GGZ picking up the points from ABC. ABC technically still in the game. Technically, they can still overtake 7 Sky, but with 1 player left, it's going to be pretty difficult.
Difficulties. VKS, very difficult sprays, ambitious, but very doable. But the barricade's no joke though. It feels like they're building their own castle for Terra Esports there. Castle of automobiles. But still, they managed to benefit through, and GGZ quite far from them. It's around almost 100 meters apart, but the circle, it will speak itself in less than 20 seconds now. Whether they're still going to be in VKS, definitely will. But the one that's not going to be in MSI, they have to start shifting.
Oh yes, as the circle shifts, of course. And for ABC with the final player very far away from the circle, I'm not sure how much more he can last. But within the circle, and GGZ, again doing well. Considering that this is not a rondo match. Again, 7 elimination points for them at this stage. It's pretty nice. And maybe they can overtake Observation Esports.
And GGZ, oh, they want to get out. I wouldn't want, I mean, if I'm NGG's now, I mean, that's going to be the worst case possible to got over. Yeah, it's going to be a great barricade with that corner, but if the circle shifted away, then you got himself, might as well just wait out for the blue. But for Vix Jeffrey, always good at long shots, but it's going to be a 3-way battle here. They're so, Terry's kind of in a pinch right now. They're under the radar of Alex, who just crashed in. Lopsy, Godspeed. What a respawn, what a swing. Vanix kind of saved their mate. There's going to be last man standing. Marcus got surrounded. Oh my god. They got it in pinch. MSI still licking their wounds for Terra Esports, but MSI got themselves an upgrade. They do have this elevation. Take advantage of those death boxes laying around from the last team they fought against, which none other than Vanix. But here comes the pop of the British smoke. They want to get into Terra Esports territory. Oh, this nade! Almost a double down. Godspeed, barely alive, and now dropping another. Oh, it's so close. Yaka is still far though.
Oh, that is a rain though, and no way Yaka can do anything about the situation. Oh, but somehow it's South receiving shots. I wonder from where? Is it from NGGZ on the other side? Maybe. Oh, but still Yaka. This nade, and Yaka would deny away the point. Did he get anyone from there? Not really though. Instead, it's gonna be nades from elsewhere. Where did that come from? Oh, it's still Yaka getting south, okay. Oh, the vehicle explosion perhaps. Oh man, that was such a messy one. It was so hard to tell who actually got what.
Oh, but he's lucky that Misfit International got eliminated. If not, his doom down. My god, that was so close. But Yaka, it's going to be a very lonely ending for him. Same goes for Xiaojia, so I guess two lonely men can be friends now. But I guess they don't want to do so. VKS full squad and GGZ full squad. Just let them do their job. Because these two solo players definitely, I mean, they just want to be friends. Yeah, there you go. They are becoming friends. That's a Morse code they do. They're doing like, how are you coping up alone? Now Xiao just turned to return fire. He can respond with a message as well.
Wow, now I know another new language that you know. Morse code. Oh man, two lonely men being friends. Reminds me of my life. Anyway, Xiaojia is still in the game. I'm actually quite impressed that he's still alive. And the longer he stays alive, obviously he'll be collecting more placement points. So it's still pretty nice for him. But I now don't know whether he can go beyond top 4. But if a commotion happens within the circle, maybe he can still survive to go maybe top 3, maybe top 2.
Do they know about him? That's the question. I love the fact NGGZ and BKS fighting things out. I do want the solo players to have their own limelight, but unfortunately the reposition of VKS might actually discover Yaka's position by now. Same goes NGGZ. And Xiaojia, they definitely see him running away from the blue zone by now. I think they definitely know for both solo players. Unfortunately, I have a feeling they might end up at 3rd and 4th place anytime soon, Cloud.
And we will know that in a little bit for sure. Now that the movement is happening. They saw Xiaojia. Okay. Oh well. But the rooftop position definitely gave Red that point of view. And now they are at 9 elimination points. NGGZ, man, something fired them up today.
NGGZ are always on fire. It's whether they get extinguished by other teams early or not. But when they got it right, this is where they ended up. Incredible place. Very, very incredible. They love early fights. The thing I love about them, they always keep the actions rolling from the start till the end. But for Yaka, he wants to get something out of this, but his view is not the best. He barely get any info. You can see a lot of grasses, and I don't think grasses can help him relay any information at this point. But I mentioned before, NGGZ, since they are not in the circle, this is where they might walk themselves in a trap. They need to pop a lot of smoke just to climb over the corner of that wall. If not, the blue zone will actually choke them to death with that kind of angle.
Well, for Yaka, somehow miraculously, he gets the circle. So now he'll be hoping for between NGGZ and VKS to fight, eliminate each other. He goes up one more placement and gets more placement points. They don't know that he's there yet, and they're just focused onto each other, which is great news for Yaka. VKS, their move now. 10 more seconds before the zone closes. And it's time for them to decide on what they're going to do next. Lots of open space in front of them. If they drive straight to crash, then it might be their demise. But then again, NGGZ, they're coming close. And here comes Miner getting Amura.
Yaka's position is prime to get chicken, not information for Miner. But Nate's flying close by. I think Yaka's definitely jittering, but Amura's bleeding out. Definitely just hovering around. Ven's gonna be the main target. Amura's on the ground. Ven also. Oh, here comes a. Oh, that was a self-driven 4 wheels just now. But for Miner, he just managed to shut down M-Hop. Oh, I feel like VK, as they are losing a lot of members, but they still go for anything possible for the points. But for NGGZ, these are monsters today. These are the guys that will be taken out by Lil Wangs. What a comeback, but never mind, close enough. Oh, it's gonna be a 2v1 solo. Never mind, Yaka, they can see your tush. You're too stuck out just now. You didn't hide well. And GGZ, what a game here today. Another double-digit elimination. Not the best of the last round. They close to getting the chicken. They got themselves dead. Now finally get the taste after they got the smell of it in the last round of Rondo. But this time, way more eliminations compared to the Rondo run.
I know, right? More eliminations in an Irango match as compared to the Rondo match. Man, these guys, hey, they definitely had a good lunch somehow. Great work by NGGZ again. My goodness, NGGZ. Now I'm starting to wonder, 4 more games? And if they continue like that, I'm starting to wonder. Number 1? Surprise number 1 from NGGZ, like huge, major, mega comeback? Oh man. But just to confirm the amount of eliminations, this time it is 14 eliminations. Again, Irango match 14 is a lot.
It's way more. It definitely shows more their capability. If you compare with Rondo, you have a recall tower. This is Irango. And we know it's not an easy task to fight against teams like Hive, YG, all these big guns of the legacy powerhouse. But yeah, when it comes to NGGZ, I love the fact they are performing so well. But we're gonna rewatch the highlight because they have been going so actively crazy since the start till the end.
Amazing stuff by NGGZ. Look at this, right? They are 14 eliminations. Everyone else in the top 4 is 7. They doubled the amount of eliminations from any other team in the top 4. That is some stuff there by NGGZ. They need themselves not so good gamers, but they're proving otherwise. Other than that, Terra Esports, somehow they managed to survive to a 2nd place finish with the 7 eliminations. They are at number 2. And then we have VKS at number 3 and Misfit International at number 4. So these teams, they will gain a double digit in terms of total points collected. Now, will there be any other team in the same bracket though? We'll find out later.
VKS, I have to give them extra credit since yesterday. They did quite a consistent play and run here, getting themselves in top 4 multiple times. But Minor, definitely not red. But today's Miners Day, a lot of 6 and 6 eliminations, 660 damage. Divide the 6 into 2, 3 knockout. Now 38 for survival time, 28% point contribution. I think every single person, when it comes to NGGZ, just now pretty much did pull their own weight. So it just matter who gets slightly a bit more damage than the other, because elimination wise, a lot of them getting that 6 as well due to that 14 elimination, of course. But for Miner, can he finish the day with a daily MVP? Because NGGZ has been having a good run since the first map of Rondo early today.
Oh yeah, NGGZ. Now I'm looking forward to see how will it be for the rest of the day for them. And just to confirm, there's no other teams with double digits in terms of total points collected, but nobody went out this time. But okay, our usual suspects, right? Hive International only 1 point. Observation Esports 1. Young Gaidicos 4. NGGZ now. I really want to see the overalls. Okay, where are they? Oh, number 3 now. And they are 32 points behind YG with 4 more games.
Time's ticking, lesser map to play, but Hive and YJ live the drama for themselves. At the bottom ones, ABC. Very reachable to take 7 Sky down, but it's too close. GC, Elevate is going to be slightly a tougher choice here because good news, Snooker Esports not playing, so at least they can have the better stunts compared to Snooker Esports that's not playing at all. But it's just a matter of whether they're willing to go, push themselves even more, like really try desperate enough to go for those points.
Yeah, points will definitely be important here, and we will continue to observe that one, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, we will take a little bit of a breather. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys for match number 3 Erangel next.
Now time's ticking, running out of maps now. It's gonna be our second last wrangle for the day, almost halfway through. That is all the question of, can they make it better for the bottom teams? Because we do know the bottom team's not a big fan when it comes to Miramar, because they barely show up there. On the side of Elevate, they tried everything they have when it comes to their hidden card or hidden strategies. Still did not work out, but they tried. We can definitely see and sense that.
Yeah, I mean, they try to take early fights. We can see that they're kind of desperate. That's why they take that early fight with Goodfellas in Severny, but unfortunately, it didn't work out for them. They didn't gain much. They lost more, and they got eliminated, so they're still rooted at number 20. But on the other end, good news for NGGZ after scoring their chicken dinner. Who knows, by the end of the day, a surprise might come for them, but they have to continue their journey. And we'll return to Erangel.
Slightly southern flight path again, just like how we did yesterday. So I don't know about Circle at all when it comes to in Wrangle nowadays. Just gotta wait and see, I guess. It's all about whether it's gonna be hit or miss, whether it's a pure sheer luck for teams or just unfortunate, unlucky bad day. But skills-wise, everybody's on par. We do know that it's all the matter of experience and how confident they are trying to get into a compound, try to flush it out, or try to retain their fortress. But we do know there are a couple of teams that love early fight, and so far NGGZ has been bulldozing and showing such a tremendous scary face on top of today's performance. Speaking of top performance, our top team's not as wild as they used to be.
Yeah, some teams start to like chill. Some teams are starting to pick up the pace. I guess that's the effect of being the last day, right? Like some teams is like, okay, this is already our target, then we can chill. But some teams start to get desperate, and that's where they tune it up. Yeah, and one of the teams that kind of chill for the first two rounds is Hype International. So we haven't get to see the best of them yet. Let's see if we'll get it this round. Of course, they'll have an okay start inside of Pachinki. Normally, nobody challenges them for that location. And the circle happened to be on the left side, so it's going to be an okay circle and good circle for Hype International for them to perform.
Still a tricky circle. It feels like just, I feel like the circle's getting lazy now. We're going to give similar sort of time to circle on the right side, but we're going to give it a mirrored way, He's going to be on the left side this time, but we ended up the main peninsula regardless of how the circle do have a bit of assembly. So high chance, I think, possibly of therapy, I hope, but it's always going to be pulled to its side of Gaka. But we talked about Elevate. Seven Sky and Elevate both happen to be in the very dangerous position. I mean, yeah, still plenty of time for week number 2. But based on this lobby and the reshuffle, you have to relearn the dynamics of the lobby. I don't think they want to jeopardize that much for their week number 2.
But besides what you just mentioned, right? Looks like Goodfellas got into an early fight and they lost one player. I guess it's also, they landed somewhere in between and they bumped into another team while they were trying to get vehicles because they normally start off in Severny. Elevate. After taking out one player of Seven Sky, they look for the rest of them. Dragon, V-High, eliminated. And just like that, Elevate. They'll start off with 3 points. Okay, not bad for Elevate. But they failed to locate the final player of Seven Sky. So Seven Sky, they still have that one player to try to survive. And yeah, let's see if they can retain their top 16 spot as of now, because ABC is only 2 points behind Seven Sky, so they can easily be pushed down.
With one player who just got literally enough time to loot. But Extrusion have been, one of the most reliable players coming up from Seven Sky. We did saw him pulling a lot of points for the team itself. So I think he knows exactly what his main role and needed to do right now. I'm just gonna wait things out and try to steal points. But for OV, things seems to be going so hard to watch. I mean, we do know when it comes to their firepower, there's no question about it. But when it comes to timing, I guess GC just knows that they will be passing over this bridge anytime soon. But OV should have known by now as well. They have been always dropping themselves as SMB. That's why I question about the timing here. Was it really necessary for them to get into these circles that fast? Because it's still inside of SMB, partially of it. So OV, that's going to be a very detrimental move coming up early rotations here into that bridge.
Yeah, I mean, if we can see the pattern here. I mean, Observation Esports could definitely see that too. So not sure why they truly forced their way in. And they lost one player because of that. Rex is in the pickle as well. For him to retreat is still possible though. And looks like he is turning the other way. And they can still take their time to rotate the other side and come back in. That's okay, that's possible. Or maybe they're just worried to bump into Yaku Gadigos, not sure. Or they can still take the water route somehow to get in. But yeah, they chose this path and looks like they will continue to commit to it. But Elevate, they were committed to find the final player of Seven Sky. And with Seven Sky's elimination, that is opportunity for ABC to climb up to the top 16.
They definitely have to force themselves a U-turn now. I don't think they will want to cross. Yep. That's the best case scenario, but not the worst as well for a Black Eagle Esport. Unfortunately, the moment I mentioned time, they still have full scope. There's only Marco. The rest of Calvary just arrived. Harsh taken with their DBS in hand. Baby, 1 second. Oh, they are fumbling down for Black Eagle Esports. Again, down to last man standing. Spyro. So much. Whoa, he got 1. You might as well score this. But back to us, Spyro trying to find around the corners. Unfortunately, it's just too much. It's just too overwhelming for one person to clutch against the whole crew of Time Esport. A 1v4.
Yeah, Spyro from being our MVP and not able to pull off a MVP performance because the numbers were just too much for him. BKE, well, out early this time. But I'm also starting to notice a pattern, right? Because it is the last day. Again, teams are starting to get desperate. Time, not really in the most desperate sort of position, but you want to finish as high as possible. So teams like Time, teams like Elevate, we can see those points going to those teams rather than the top teams. Like the top teams, they are still pretty chill. Observation Esports, they're not done yet here. Now fighting at the lighthouse area with Rex down. Leo is picking him up while his teammate Kit is buying time for him. The rest of GC now coming in. We have Kim here at the forefront. Kim sprays and Kim's will get Kit. 2 more to go. 1 on the second floor. And here comes the rest of GC. Leo is still here. He's running low on bullets. He has to be careful there. S12K, very clutchable weapon, but now there's a lot of them for him to handle. And Observation Esports out.
Twice in a row, they got eliminated quite early. This is a very bitter reality for Observation Esports, of course, right now. It means that they need to revise on the rotations here today. Things just didn't work out for a good reason. They have to definitely go back with the coaching staff to study what went wrong for the first half of the day. Good news, at least we're going to have slightly extended break for time. After they fought against Seven Sky early on, got and just taking the points out of Seven Sky, now their next aim is going to be GFS fighting against 2 teams at the same time. That's Terra Esports again. Feels like Terra Esports really tail closely to GFS. I mean, great GC. They won over that fight just now, but there's another different fight going on, which I think is way more important because of how they might just lose their position. And Terra Esports and GFS just next to each other when it comes to the overall rankings.
Yeah, our observers wanted to give Ronin his moment there to emote. All right, the moment's over. Now the next moment is where the circle will go. Oh, wow. Wow, Chu. Wow. I can't believe this. I thought we were going to get a normal Gaka circle and all that, but no. The circle gods choose to give us a 50-50.
Very tricky. This one very tricky. That's why I've been asking why OV did leave so fast. They got ample of time to actually work things out. And when they're looking at this now, I feel like it hits the stomach really bad. It feels bad inside. If only they could have waited slightly a bit more longer, things could have changed for them. They don't need to cross over that bridge. YG's not crossing. They're on Nova Repnoy. They're definitely way further where OV was. So this is the question they have to ask themselves. They called it right. Was it too early? Was it too much trust on Circle might go to main peninsula? Well, you know, today's Circle has been, for this tournament Circle, has been too haywire. There's no predictability factor in that. But for Hive, ABC will be their next target. And ABC, they also cannot afford to lose this one fight for once.
Well, look at this Circle. They'll be kicking themselves in the back like, ah, man, if only we kind of chilled. Oh, well, I mean, frankly speaking, if it was me as well, like I look at the Circle, it's like, it's got to go to Gatka. So, yeah. But then the Circle chose to scam and pull down to a 50-50 now. So, for all we know, the final Circle might be in military base now.
Oh. I guess Hive seems to be, you know, I think if anything, yeah, Hive doing okay, but I do prefer how YG approach fight, despite they are being pressured by a lot of stuff around them, you know. We talk about Blue Zone, we talk about teams, but YG, one thing I respect them a lot is how calm they can be. For example, they are fighting two teams at the same time, dividing themselves into two different sides, but there will be one player to really do the job well, which, despite they are fighting, the other one are, they will be alternating. Whoever's slightly free, they will try to find and try to clear their backs, just to make sure nobody's bulldozing them from behind. Slightly have a slightly further sort of rotation or monitoring, just to be the watcher for the team, to watch out for any teams nearby in case they miscalculate or something. So everything has been a calculation for YG. I think they need, other teams should probably pick up that kind of habit that YG actually has.
Yeah, and what helped them is that they have a superb idea in the name of Smile. So their decision making has been, for the most part, on point. And what's the decision for them? Oh, 2-2 split. Okay. Now we want to see the Circle. Is it going to go down? Oh, man. You still have a piece of military base there? As long as you have a piece, there is a chance that it will still pull down. And imagine if it does. At this moment, all the teams except YG in main peninsula. Only YG in military base. It will be super fun.
Well, fun for the players, of course. Master D2K is watching out for any newcomers coming in. But ABC, on the other hand, this warehouse is great. But unfortunately, the moment you step out of it, there's nothing to hide yourself from the shots of these elevated grounds. I wish they have placed somebody outdoors first, or ABC. Now they do have somebody before, but it's just slightly delayed to get into the warehouse just now. Rest of ABC now might be the main prime target for Terror Esports. They just spotted out the whole crew into that warehouse. I'm not sure if GC is interested in this as well.
Well, for now, I guess they will be more interested to hug the coastline in case the Circle does go to military base. At least they will have the quickest access there. And now it's about, if you're the team in the main peninsula, you'll be like, I don't know where to go now. But if you're a younger guy that goes, you'll be like, okay, I mean, not many or no other team is around them. So if needed, they can just go up. And by that time, maybe a lot of teams will have eliminated each other, creating space for them to come in. So if you're a team at the main peninsula right now, oh man, it's super duper tough. But it's of course fun and entertaining for us. I can't wait to see stage 4 Circle, how it will be.
Elevate. I feel like nothing works right for Elevate, regardless of how they try to change their rhythm, their approach. It just didn't work out. Good news, I hope we get to see a version 2.0 of Elevate with a better outcome, which means they have plenty of time to try to, reflect what needs to be done. Because I feel like A lot of it, mostly, is going to be mistiming and misjudgment. That's just it. When it comes to skills, definitely not questionable there because everybody's on the same par, same benchmark. But I think Saycloud just got shot while he was driving into the circle. We do have a very massive crossfire on the northern side. Terry Eastport been waiting everybody to arrive. Time, they might charge in with Hive Ranger. Was scouting over, but I think he might get caught in the process. While MSI might get denied the entry completely because Time just breaching at the same parallel timing as they are in the move of the same direction. But Terra Esport, whether this is going to be the biggest challenge for them for the defense or it's going to be the biggest Thanksgiving Day to get that 2 teams points at the same time.
Well, not only 2 at this point, just look at the minimap. They're being pressured by other teams as well, including Hive International. Okay, Circle is going to be main peninsula. Alright, so Yaku Galacticos will cut across, but let's see what would GC do with Yaku Galacticos. We'll check on them later because right now at the northern side, we have on screen here 3 different teams. Terror Esports, surrounded by all of them. The smoke is still protecting them for now. And here we have Unknown lobbing nades into the smoke right in front of them where Mr. International is at. They got South, they get Master Lion. And Mr. International now, they are in desperate position. But Wansei will try to deny them away the point. Yakka is now down on his knees. He needs to pick up his teammate Master Lion, so he has to decide. But Terror Esports, they're now distracted by time. So there will be space for Mr. International to reset. Here comes Unknown.
Oh, slight and awkward angle, but he got it anyway. But Unknown, what a wacko time to do the wacko call. Time, wacko. It's breaking his back to carry out so much work for the team. He needs to go for the rescue. He needs to be the doctor. He needs to be everything the team needs. Oh man, but back to his MSI. It's not done and dusted. They're still bleeding now, still licking their wounds for time. But unfortunately, it's going to be MSI, Misfit International, keeping the pressure on. The heat still up. But Wacko is just an absolute beast. Oh, what a good clutch and what a good response time there. He's the biggest asset for time. They cannot afford to let him transfer anytime soon. That's just huge.
Yeah, because of that time, now becomes the team that suits tall at the north. While we shift our attention to the other side, we have Yaku Galacticos. As what we expected, crossing over the bridge, they have to deal with Golden Cross. It's not the easiest of position for them to be in. Ronin has the top of Smile, and Smile will be knocked down just like that. But oh, Ronin, countered by Murnet, gets taken out on the other side instead. Smile can still be saved though, but Murnet, not easy for him to reach Smile.
Renix, Kim repositioning a bit, split it apart. Formation is broken for GC, not great. Nope, not like that, man. There's gonna be some full damage. A slight and awkward angle here to watch, but VKS got eliminated without any points there just now. We're just hitting stage 4-5. Oh, the long tours. Here comes another mid-air explosion. It's over. Trying to find a way around. He couldn't even pick himself too much. He might start spraying, but Crazy managed to shut down on YG. But it's still reachable, but Scythe and GGZ seems to be in action too. That's going to be last man standing for NGGZ. But for Golden Cross, they are the one that's stopping YG from getting into the party. And can they actually do it? Now, one by one, an opening being given to them. Saycloud starting off and just going to go in. And GGZ, unfortunately, they're already bound out with only 1 point. But good news for NGGZ. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All of them is gone as well. GFS is a bit too far to catch up for the points anyway. But for October, Ronin's coming in next. That's going to be a straightforward. Mane's cooking up the nade, but feels like the trade-off is not so great for YG. Still, GC getting those elevations as a huge advantage at this point.
Ooh, look at the circle. Looks like this fight will continue on. And who will get the advantage? Yaku Galacticos only Murnet left. Okay, the good news is that he's starting to pick up placement points. But this nade by Ronin, this could end their journey here. Boom! There you go. Nade on point onto Murnet, and Yaku Galacticos out number 8. Hive International. Now is their chance to snatch the number 1.
Like I mentioned, YG got a slightly disadvantage. Due to the high grounds of GC, it's just difficult for YG to get their stuff going up there. But Speaking of GC, they're not showing any sign to slow down or even hit the pause. Next target acquired. That's gonna be time. Oh, this. He knows the count. He knows the countdown. He exactly knows the countdown. It was perfect timing to avoid that completely. It scares me a bit. I got nervous. But yep, Time Esports. They got this watchtower. But Golden Cross will try to take it out of their hands. They just go for the enemy first. And rescue going on with somebody busy. Crazy trying to find himself a cover fire, but they don't even need that at this point. It was almost completely decimated Time Esports. The last man standing is nowhere nearby here for Time player.
And Time, the one last player will definitely stay quiet now. But Hive International moving in. I can see like at the corner, bottom corner of the minimap, somewhere there, just next to Hive. But Hive didn't notice him. Okay, I remember they were grey color, but that's to the best of my memory. But anyway, now it's Hive in action against Golden Cross, and Golden Cross, because of their bridge camping, they already gained 11 elimination points. So here's going to be a brawl between the two. We can see both of them very active.
Tova's down. Hive still having a full squad. They got huge. Another chance given here for Hive to catch up to YG. But GC seems like they are definitely on the roll here. Very high time for them. 11 eliminations by far. But nobody's trying to save Tova. I think it's just too much of a jeopardy to go in for the save. Yeah, bleeding out. Hive. They spotted out Crazy. That's a good scouting done by none other than one boy. Rotating around. Yep. That's gonna be it.
But not done yet for GC at least. They still have two players at the lighthouse area. Okay, just in front of the lighthouse area. Okay, that's a good view there. Okay, so to find out where Time player is. Oh, down south at CSU. Okay, at the docks area. Okay, interesting. How did he slide there unscathed? That is like a magic show there, just to appear in that area.
Hive now going against GC, last player. And that's just it. Ronin's done. Just a matter of time. You can see how they're slowly dropping for GC. Back to a side. Hive now getting on 6. Definitely closing the gap and shrinking even further. But is it going to be enough bodies for him? Definitely have enough to 14. Not really. Slightly just a couple of points away, even if they score chicken. But the question is, can they finish all the other teams? I'm going to answer that myself, because I think sometimes, Cloud, you don't really get what I'm saying, so you just keep repeating. So I'm just going to say it anyways. ABC Xiao just seems to be taking the northern side. The rest of the teams are ABC quite far, so I think backup might be slightly delayed for ABC.
But the one that's not delaying now is going to be Hive. They are looking for Xiaojia. They hurt the vehicle, but because the terrain is tough. Okay, anyway, Xiaojia will get one target, and that's going to be Raimon eliminated. The rest of ABC, they're taking the active approach. And between Hive and ABC, well, ABC, they are in a more desperate position because they're currently at number 17, but they can potentially push down Golden Cross. So this is their chance, but Hive is of course not an easy opponent to fight with, but still, it's points that they must try to take.
10 eliminations by time. Definitely will change. Wacko. What a phenomenal run. He's not showing any fear, but for ABC Hive, it's going to be still the next target. Last time we've seen ABC, not really the greatest openings to go against Hive. Slightly a different approach compared to how aggressive Hive can get. But for Hive, they try to box in every single player that's remaining in this map right now. They know they have advantage in terms of the players, even though they are trio. But ABC, they wouldn't even dare to pick out right now. Elevations on Hive have advantage with this view. So I guess they slightly have the bit of an edge, like I mentioned. It's going to be a rare down first. ABC. Those low grounds definitely not give them any information.
Ooh. But now Mornboy has the information though. He sees the smoke, so naturally you will run to try to spray in the smoke. If the marker hits, then you know that, okay, somebody's there and you can continue to spray. But it looks like they're going to reposition themselves. They're going to go for a more safer approach. No, they're going to go for it, okay? There's Mo Wang trying to defend his ground. Mo Wang gets one. Mo Wang, oh, he has to reload, but he switches to a micro Uzi and he gets a double. Mo Wang took out 2 players of Hive by himself.
Huge comeback. ABC, you push them in the corner and they bite back. But for Pretzel, he's not happy about how his team be taken out. I think he's trying to find whatever points he can get since he's playing a lot of solo players here. ABC the only one with slight advantage with 2 players, but the rest of them pretty much a fair game for all the teams. It's going to be a lot of solo ending here. It's down a matter of who see who first and who is the furthest away from the circle. Speaking of which, that's going to be ABC and JFS. Hive potentially have a chance to be in the top 2.
Oh, yes. They are in the top 2 now, but can they? Okay, here's Wako though. Your boy Wako. I wonder who he senses down there. Okay, but anyway, that gave away his position. And plus this smoke, teams will be looking at this direction. We're talking about like 1-1-1-1-2 now. I'm also looking at how tight it's going to be this round. Okay, but circle-wise, it's going to be 50% of water this time. Land is not going to be much. There's a lot of open space in front of all these teams. The one that doesn't really have the circle now are the teams on the left side. Okay, that's going to be Wako out. Nice long range spotted by Selja. That's going to be 1 more point to ABC. They could be in the top 16 by the end of this round.
Well, I do have to point out, I'm talking about the match, not the overall rankings yet, because that's going to be saved for later. But for ABC, this is going to be almost impossible for GFS to come in without being spotted here. We talk about Shins might get discovered by Hive across the other side. And ABC, the good news for Shins, ABC do have a bit of a curve on the ground. So it's pretty hard to 100% locate him right now. But for Hive Pretzel, he do have a prime position. It's a matter whether he can see the rest of them across the other side. Because Sisu Horshan might just resort to swimming if he needs to. Shins, on the other hand, Horshan behind him, he might got himself a pinch. I think he's definitely going to go for it. Sisu just spotted out his Shins, and he might want to get the points for himself. It's all about the solo play, all men for themselves.
And who will be that man for himself at stage 8? Shins out, okay. Top 3, ABC looking good. Because they have the numbers. But their opponents are spread out. Okay, Pretzel comes in. Okay, because he brought the vehicle, surely they would have heard the engine sound. And I wonder if the final play of CSU will want to be involved. I guess if I was Hoshuan, I would be like, it's okay. I will stay here away from the action. And I'll be pretty happy to try to hold on. And let Pretzel and ABC to just try to cancel out each other. And then we'll see whether he has an opportunity to come up with a surprise chicken dinner.
Problem with ABC is always going to be their confidence. That's it. They do have what it takes to get this chicken dinner. It's just whether they believe in themselves or not. They should know. In their mindset right now, it's probably going to be a 2v2. They have no clue regarding how many teams left. That's the view of a player right now, their POV. But if they are confident enough with their firepower and they do trust enough in their own skills for ABC, they would have sent one person to go with their vehicle and try to bait those positions out. If nobody is doing that at this point, which means it probably have a solo player, because that's always going to be the case if Hive have extra player or YG, just something so distinctly, very minor, small things like that do separate whether you're going to be a great player, but just great, or going to be something bigger than that. But here comes Pretzel, solo player, coming in with a nade. Look how ABC just slightly flinch. It just shows, do they still have their confidence here? They are already in the top 4.
Ooh. And the confidence now will depend on whether they have information as well. Like, okay, they probably sense that one person is there, but they don't know where is the other one. They don't know where Ho Xuan is at. But Ho Xuan might be forced to show himself, so that's going to be really interesting. Okay, Mo Wang, moving forward, he can still use himself as some sort of a bait because he does have Xiao Jia behind him. But if you're CSU, if you're Hive, you don't have any other options except for yourself, so you can't have anyone else to try to bait out all the other players. Oof.
Pretzel. Oh, it's just so crispy. That's now down to 2. It's Pretzel. It's so doable at this point. Knowing Hive, you're a solo player against 4 or not, but just 2 at this point. For them, against 2, it's easier, way easier against a 4. I mean, they're willing to take what it takes to just boldly fight face-to-face confrontation 1v4. It's not an issue for 1v2. Now, this is pretty obvious. ABC, they know it's a 2v1. This is just a matter of willing to take the risk or not. Yeah, high chance they can get a bit of a blunder, but if they have a good position for a crossfire, not in the same line of sight, they're going to be okay. Right now, ABC, they're looking in the wrong direction. The Pretzel got a clear shot. He's waiting for them to be in line for final shoot, so it won't be a big swing. So it can be, it's all down depending on his reaction time, whether how fast he has to be so precise. He's trying to get on one, it's not too precise. ABC took them long enough, but still getting there. 1, 2, 3. ABC, congratulations on this chicken dinner.
I thought for a second there that the ghillie suit would help him to get the first knock and maybe swing to get the second. But yeah, didn't happen at the end of the day. But still, ABC, great work for them to score this chicken dinner. A team that desperately wants to avoid the bottom 4. And this chicken dinner will definitely help them. Now, will Hive overtake Yagu Gairikos in this round? I don't think they did enough. So they need to wait for the next few rounds to see how things goes. But of course, we get to celebrate ABC here. With this chicken dinner, they're definitely not in the bottom 4 after this.
Now, high chance when it comes to points. We do have another team to get himself double digit, I assume. But for Moang, Brad, Xiaojia and Zero, well, Zero is living up to the name. But at least he got himself some damage taken. I'm sorry, no pun intended for that, Zero. Sorry for that. But for Xiaojia, Rare and Moang, not the best. We have better benchmark, but at least a good start for this. I just hope it's not too late for the momentum building. We are at the last day in the week number 1 here, but at least they can actually get a bit more confidence in terms of themselves to believe that they can actually push even further when it comes to week number 2. Congratulations to ABC, but let's relive the moment of how things turn out in game number 3.
So ABC 7 eliminations, Hive 9 eliminations, Time and Golden Cross 11 eliminations each. They are not at number 1 and number 2, but they're still in the top 4, so that's still pretty nice for those teams. And especially for Time and Golden Cross, I think amongst all the other teams, they saw the most action of all, with Golden Cross at the bridge and Time at the north, and well, it brought them the dividends of 11 eliminations, so that's nice.
Right now, the one that's not smiling definitely going to be OV. They're definitely regretting their decision making early on because it was just circle since the start. But yeah, I mean, we're not going to take the credit away from the top 4 teams. Of course, congrats for ABC, Hive, International Time, GC. Of course, they are getting themselves quite a momentum here today. I just hope it will actually carry forward because every single time the second half did beat up some of the players' momentum here. I think probably the food is just too great there, but in the meantime, the long pause might actually cool down some of their brains juice, you know. But we do have our match MVP Mo Wang with 3 eliminations, 401 damage, 2 knockout. That's quite a long survival time. ABC, they're left with 2 players just now in case you guys didn't notice, but I think it's pretty obvious. But for ABC, I feel like they have potential, but they just need to have that nudge. There's a bit of nudge that push themselves slightly forward. It's all about themselves, whether they can regroup and talk about that, what they need to do with their coaching staff, of course. But I'm looking for the entire week number 2, if they make a comeback, a stronger performance when it comes to ABC as a whole. But speaking of which, we have one more Erangel map to go. And 2 more Miramar map for the day. It's all down to Erangel for the, I would say, the marking point for a lot of teams that's trying to catch up their points, because a lot of Miramar maps usually taken by the big guns up there.
And look at the big guns up there. We got 5 teams with a double digit in terms of points collected this round, but because we have 5 teams, then on the other end, we have up to 4 teams without points at all. 7 Sky, BKE, Observation Esports, and VKS. So amongst these teams, well, I was kind of hoping for Observation Esports to come up with a surprise, but with the 0-point round and 3 more rounds to go, I guess if they finish in a top 5, they'll be all right with that. For Hive, 15 points, and also Yahoo Galacticos 1. Okay, mathematically not enough yet to overtake Yahoo Galacticos, but I believe, based on what we last saw, they're now in a single-digit difference, for sure.
Waiting for the overall rankings to actually finish our dispute for who's getting the top. I think, yeah, YG definitely still standing strong at number 1, but it's just a matter of time for Hive to catch up, because YG twice in a row, they got eliminated quite early, hence giving some opening and opportunity for Hive to shrink the gap. For NGGZ, it has been a splendid day for the aggressive initial runs. The first 3 maps early on, they definitely can actually reach out to the 200 point by end of today, but whether they can catch up to Hive and YG is totally different story. OV seems to be in the same spot as YG. They got eliminated early, hence they are catching up. Our progress of points seems to be slightly on hold. But when it comes to the bottom 4, this is going to be the most important conversation here. GC hitting close to 100. I guess 120 is still going to be the benchmark by the end of the day. 90s is going to be A-OK for GC and 7 Sky, which means if they have a slightly better performance at 13th spot onwards next week, by end of the week, they still have a shot for grand finals. But for Elevate, how to chase the points, they need to do something. They tried everything, it didn't work out. I think they have to go and discuss what's need to be done with the coaching staff, and we try to come back better, at least with what they can salvage by end of today. Like 3 more maps to go. What can they do better? I mean, Iranga's already done. Just assume that the next Iranga is going to be whatever they can do to make something out of it to salvage, but they have to start prep for Miramar just to make sure they don't lose too much for today.
Right, there's one stat to show what Elevate can improve is their placement. They're the only team with a single digit, 9 placement points to be exact. So that's an indicator there that, yeah, that's a part that they could do better next week. But for this week, they could still go up 1 placement because Snooker Esports is not playing. So, and the points are close enough. But whether they can do that or not, 3 more rounds, we'll need to wait and see. But we can tell that Elevate, based on their gameplay, they're starting to get desperate to get as much as possible this time.
We're gonna have a bit of a break afterwards. Just hope that the teams can get a bit of reset. But when it comes to the top 4 teams as well, they should have rediscovered themselves after this break because they have been eliminated quite early, especially the top 4 or the middle pack. It's so hard to see them alive due to the middle pack and slightly at the bottom try to take them down as early. But I hope things will change after this. We'll see you guys after this break.
小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
依頼神の術、依頼神2の段。
螺旋岩影分身の術。
カトン高架球の術。しどい。 雷鳴とともに散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
千鳥。
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴とともに散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
小僧もっと近くへ来い。
未来神の術、未来神2の段。
螺旋丸影分身の術。
カトン豪華球の術。千鳥。
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
And we're back, ladies and gents, for lesser maps to play, but more actions to go. Especially this is going to be the last Renga. You guys are tuning into the last day, day number 5, week 1 of the PMCL Fall 2026. And of course, Choo and Sekla will accompany you for the rest of the day. But we do talk about the bottom teams. They are at stake for their grand finals entrance here if they don't try to push all in when it comes to the last Renga right now.
Yes, because the format is still going to be same. It's only 2 weeks of league and then that's it, right? Used to be 3 weeks back in the day, then teams will have a lot more chances. But because it's only 2 weeks, if they don't do well on week number 1, then week number 2 is going to be a scramble for them. So nobody wants to be put in that sort of position. And especially if ABC used to be the bottom 4, at least with that chicken dinner, it will push them out of bottom 4 and give them a little bit of relief. But the journey is not over yet for them.
Now, when it comes to a Giga excitement, this is going to be something that's exciting for me, of course. Spider-Man Brand New Day, which I want to watch it in cinema. I hope you guys are so anticipating regarding this too. But we do have the collaboration with PUBG Mobile, so you make sure you guys are ready to be the Spider-Man. If you happen to be wanting to always be a superhero, this is your time to shine. Be that red guy, that friendly neighborhood superhero. Spider-Man Brand New Day collaboration with PUBG Mobile.
Yes, and it's coming soon and potentially after the collaboration with Naruto. But this collaboration is also coming soon, which is the collaboration between PUBG Mobile and also Ferrari. So the information that we got, it's coming this July. We are 5 more days to the end of July, so maybe this coming week it might show up. This is where you need to stay tuned to the game, log into PUBG Mobile every day. So by the time it comes up, you know that it's there. When it's up, don't forget to get it as quickly as possible before you forget. This collaboration is something that I personally look forward to because the brand name Ferrari, who doesn't know Ferrari, right? So it'd be nice to see how it will look inside of the game later.
Now, after we're done with the automobiles, it's gonna be also the ninjas here. You guys should assembling now because the Naruto Ninja Ensemble already are live for quite a bit now. So the collaboration, we do have this gameplay mode tips and tricks throughout the entirety of the broadcast. So make sure you guys stay tuned because there will be a lot of tips and tricks from the pro team, not from any random people or the casual players. We're talking about the highest level tier of players to actually give you the tips and tricks, and sometimes it's funny too. But so you guys make sure that you check it out. If you ever dream of becoming a ninja, ninjutsu, 9 tails encounters, iconic location, even, I mean, you're, inspired by the ramen of Naruto. It's something that is a thing nowadays. They even have a cookbook. If you can have it, try to find it. Trust me, there's plenty of those cookbooks when it comes to Naruto cuisines. It's a different type of cuisines entirely. So make sure you guys have fun with it. and also let the wheel of fire ignite across the battleground. And make sure you guys tag us if you happen to be making content with the Naruto collaboration gameplay mode. Now, back towards the business we go. Erangel, it's still going to be last map for the chance of the bottom 4 teams. We talked about how they are not liking Mirama so much. This is the time for them to push all out. Eyes on to Elevate, which did not work out well at all when it comes to the entirety of the tournament, especially today where it's the most critical for them to get the points. They did try to pull out new cards and new tactics. And speaking of tips and tricks, go ahead, Cloud.
Yeah, you mentioned about a pro team will say it. Okay, and this time it's Vanix Esports. Okay, when you see the Kakashi in event, you can talk to him for better upgrade mud wall. Okay, for better upgrade mud wall. Okay, a little bit of a grammar there, but okay. But we get the context, right? So basically, you see Kakashi, you talk to him. You do not talk to Kakashi. You talk to Kakashi, and he will give you an upgrade for your mud wall. Talk to Kakashi, people. So to shorten it, talk to Kakashi. Just remember, talk to Kakashi.
Yep, that's going to be the tips and tricks from Vanix Esport, or the nomenclature is going to be VIX. Speaking of them, they need some tips and tricks for the performance here as well, because they're not doing how they used to be when they in their debut. But something to learn from these tips and tricks that I can get in between the line. Talking can actually do so much better as in real life as well, because nowadays everybody's just so busy in the digital world. Talking to people actually can make your life better in some sense too, and that's just reflecting in these tips and tricks. Just talking doesn't have to be that big gesture of action, can actually make everything better as well. So not just talking, being the listener is super important too. So when you're talking, you're yapping, nobody's listening, it's also not going to give you any benefit by end of the day. But that's going to be a great tips and tricks, and also a life lesson, I guess, coming out from our Vanix Esports players. But we do have another tip and tricks from Vanix Esports. When Ninetales attack you, you can use Mud Warp to block the attack. I guess this is a follow-up from that previous tips and tricks, why you need the Mud Wall in the first place.
I wonder if that's going to come up next, or we're just going to go into the game. It depends, right? But yeah, that's a nice follow-up there. So Vanix focusing on the mud wall. I guess they have really discovered, like, okay, that's definitely something that we want to talk about. But anyway, do try those tips and tricks, and also let us know if you have your own tips and tricks as well in the comments section. And the Naruto collaboration event, of course, is still in the game. And while we wait for the game to start, you have some time. You can go and experiment it.
Now, speaking of experiment, no room for error or experiment anymore for the teams, especially because this is high time they have to push all in, cylinders out, just trying to get their A-level best performance here when it comes to Erangel, which the map that they have slightly better chance compared to Mirama, which we do know that's definitely going to be high favorite map for now. And then GGZ also, there's no stopping them getting those points. So I guess when it comes to heavy hitters, they are really heavily trying to rotate and get as much point. But the problem is, if you are at the bottom teams, you need to do something about it. We do know the only I feel lacking when it comes to players right now is not their skills. It's always just about how the comp's going on, and also when it comes to whether they have the confidence within themselves. But I hope they can pull themselves out of that bubble, just to be aware. There's a lot at stake here when it comes to the last few maps here today, because yes, there's 1 week more long when it comes to the league stage, but you don't want to put that much effort that under high pressure by end of the day, that week 2 just gonna be the one that you wish can have more in week 1. But when it comes to today, I guess not too far off with my prediction. I got plenty of room for improvement, of course, but Observation Esport, I guess, not doing so well for Sir Cloud.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that they can come up with a big push and maybe a surprise, but their last round wasn't that great. Even the earlier rounds as well wasn't that great, so yeah. But at least for yours and GGZ, they're doing not too bad, so they could be one of the surprise teams. I would put now, out of all the predictions that we have here, of course, other than the obvious ones, and GGZ, that team, I still want to see how far they can go, or maybe come up with a big surprise at the top.
I don't know about you, but for me, I personally do actually look at analytical point how they've been performing and usually how they carry forward their performance. And I actually think twice whether I want to put Observation Esport or not. I did actually consider them at first, but based on how they perform here, for me, that's why I actually do favors NGGZ, because when it comes to know how important it is to actually bring forth their best play and how they rotate and how they migrate, how they actually turn things around, actually shows compared to Observation Esport that feels like not getting a lot of input for the past few days, and not the past day, yesterday especially for them, and which they're not playing the day before. Sorry for that. So I guess when it comes to Observation Esport, they lost the steam that they had on day number 3, which they know that they're going to go for a rest. But unfortunately, they did not have the same mentality walking into the last day here today. I was actually hoping for them to actually know that, hey, we want to finish strong, we want to finish off as a bang and get a better placement points, so they do have a bit of wiggle room when it comes to week number 2. That's the advantage, the biggest advantage for teams at the very top. Yes, it's kind of 100% confirmation they're gonna get into the grand finals once they got themselves in the top 5, but you want a better head start points as well for the grand finals. This looks like very minute points or impacts for a certain angle, but in a different perspective, it does give a huge domino effect and a chain reaction towards the grand finals as well. It just plays a big role of relieving you from the high pressure of need to do this and getting that counterproductive high pressure moment.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? So our picks are mostly teams at the top, but the ones that have been disrupting them are the teams at the bottom. Like even like GC, we saw that, and then we have ABC, who got the chicken dinner, so they were a big disruptor there. Desperation-wise, obviously, will be bigger for the teams at the bottom, and that will affect the other teams. So perhaps from their movements, that's where we see like Yahoo Galacticos, they couldn't even cross the bridge because GC was so adamant at the left side bridge, right? That just shows that teams at the bottom, they can have the mentality of like, we have nothing much to lose now. If we don't go for it, we'll still be at the bottom. But if we go for it, we'll somehow may be able to climb at the age of 16, which is still better than the bottom 4. So we can expect that to happen throughout the entire of last 3 games.
Just hope they actually change that sort of mentality, because right now getting into the slot is already a difficult thing to do, and I just wish they actually have a better mentality. I mean, I'm not sure about them, but based on your perspective, that's sort of a mentality out of that breakdown that I feel like it's a bit off to start with for the day or even the entire day of tournament. I mean, try to go for second best, or try to go like, at least I'm not this and I'm not that. It feels a bit, degrading in certain sense. Sorry to say that out loud, but I'm gonna be straightforward and harsh today. But yeah, if they have a better spotlight to think about, if we can actually overtake, and this, even though it feels like a tall order now, maybe if they try to put themselves in a slightly higher target, like if we can try to force a fight towards this guy and try to figure out, for example, since they have nothing else to lose, might as well try to force an encounter towards teams like Heavy Hitters, YG, Observation Esport, NGGZ, or even Hive International, to see what are they lacking in that perspective. Yes, it's kind of painful to lose those fights, but you can see from your mistake, you can learn from it. At least there's a lesson out of it for them to actually reflect on and try to learn from and try to integrate a better version when it comes in week number 2. It's easier said than done. Yes, of course, we're not the pro players. That's why we are talking and yapping here. But it's definitely a perspective that I wish they would consider from a point of view.
Yeah, whatever it is, after today, all the teams will have at least a 2-day break before they continue on again. So plenty of time for them to reflect after that. Whether it's you're a top team or whether it's you're the bottom team, whether it's you're the middle team, definitely a lot of revision will need to be done, because week 2, I would expect it to be a lot different than week 1 after these teams get familiar with each other. But one thing that is confirmed to change is, of course, the grouping. I also want to see how the grouping will go, but it will be affected by how their placement will be here by the end of the day. And before we jump into Miramar, which will be our last 2 maps, of course, we have one more Erangel to settle with.
Now we've settled into this last wrangle. I want to also shout out for you guys in the chat. You guys been awesome. Keep on supporting your teams. For Rahman, especially a hardcore fan of YG, we're gonna see whether they can perform in here as well. So let's not waste any more time. Circles, go and do your magic away, because today has been incredibly so hard predictability of the circle. Let's head into last wrangle.
Yeah, we got a very interesting circle in the previous Erangel. Just when everyone thought, okay, typical God car kind of circle, but nope, circle just chooses to be creative. But we'll see, we'll get the creative one or not this time. So flight path is going to be from the south this time, starting from Primos, ending all the way to Lipovka. So teams that like to drop in Severny, looking at Goodfellas, they'll need to travel there, drop somewhere in the middle, get a vehicle, and go all the way up north. But they have to be careful, because the last time they tried to do that, they lost a player early. So this time, might want to try to do something different. And it looks like they did. They dropped in Lipovka. This time they changed their draw spot entirely.
A lot of southern flight path here today. Not making it easy for the players that love to drop themselves in the north. I hope OV will be a bit more patient while waiting for the next stage. Some teams like Cloud Mansion, they did change a bit of a U-turn just now, but first contact will be made soon. Not too many teams seems to be crashing each other out, but GC do have one play very far off, probably going to be the one that's scouting for vehicle, but it's going to be a slightly northern circle this time, thanks for the Zaki circle, and Jogopol might be our end game, or probably the bridge in between, because it's still going to be some sort of a hot shift when it comes to stage 2 entry.
Oh, look at this. I see what the Observation Esports is doing. Okay, because they were blocked by GC in the previous round at the left side bridge, now they decided to okay, so we'll find you at your drop spot. We'll find you at Ferry Pier. All 4 of them drop there, and GC, they have a split. So Crazy Ing is the one on the outer side, and the rest of them on the inside, so they have the numbers. So Observation Esports, they are seeking revenge for that one. That will be really interesting. But we're also going to see another early fight here involving Seven Sky and Elevate.
They had this fight before. Elevate knows they're sharing. Pistol only for now. Not even helmet throwables, first aids. If things go south, Holy Say will have a lot of things to say. But we do have V High a bit further than the rest of the team. Seven Sky probably put him as a role of scouter while he's looting at the same time, just to make sure they will have to deal with Elevate only for now. But for Elevate, trying to find the 4th player. It's nowhere nearby, probably downtown. Yep, all 4 stacked up together. Sisu taking on Seven Sky. That's going to be V High, the scouter. So at least that's ample of amount information given for Elevate. For Seven Sky. That is not just Elevate in Lipovka. Nearby, slightly on the north, there's also Sisu. At least they're going to start taking actions, yeah? Well, Holy Say, like I mentioned, that pistol and no helmet did kind of give him that sort of very tight position to start with.
Yeah, and decent start for Seven Sky, though they lost V High. At least they traded back. And for the record, Elevate eliminated Seven Sky in the previous round. So this is Seven Sky looking for their revenge, and it's being presented to them, this opportunity. But now sharing this Lipovka with another team, that means the loot will be half as well. So looking at some of the players that we are going around, Rebelo doesn't have much on him. So I don't think they're that ready to really push, but looks like another team's really ready to push here. And BKE became the victims. Frenzy out. Okay, first player to be out. Oh, the rest of BKE is still around on the other side. Here we go.
Marcus tried to know if there's anyone nearby that can spot them out. They're not shooting anymore, so I guess Vanix they're waiting for Black Eagle Esports to finally leave. They will start to pull over and try to get out and see if they still trying to go for the fight. And there you go. They want to just go for the second checkpoint of compound. I guess it's sort of a warning for Black Eagle, like, we're going to take over this compound for a bit. Yeah, it's our moment and our time. Alternative, taking the looting spot. That's pretty structured, by the way, if that's going to be the case, that sort of communication. But Seven Sky, they lost their scouter V-High. Here comes another fight on GC versus Hive. Hive, while they're rotating towards the northern bridge nearby, just on the north of Ruins. Come on, boy. Pretzel, what a swing. GC has been waiting for this. They have been parking here quite a bit. I have to say, Hive definitely always prepared. That super awareness they have for any fights in case they get rushed in or get an ambush.
Yeah, and the awareness for them to be at this bridge is good. And they got a few elimination points out of that. And this is Golden Cross kind of having a bit of a taste of what they did to other teams before this on the left side lighthouse bridge there. So something similar. It's still a bridge kind of scenario. And yeah, they kind of have a taste of it. But yeah, but at least they're still alive here. 2 players. Though they will be desperate to at least not be in the bottom 4. It's not going to be a good start for them. And we switch over to Misfit International. They see the remaining members of Elevate. Only 2 more of them left, and they will be chasing. Let's see how far will they go with this chase, because the zone is also closing as well.
Quite split, but interesting decision making by AV. They're not going cutting across into the circle. I don't know what just happened. It feels like for me there's a bit of lag just now. A bit of a cutoff. But for Golden Cross, it's not the last player. I don't see Ronin nearby. I guess Ronin, they are playing a bit of a insurance policy game where, since we're already 2 players, 1 more will be slightly far so they can have an exit out. I'll spot out Ronin slightly on the northern side where Hash might get some information, but this is a bit of a trouble for Kim to get out. Slightly difficult. This is in the center. Switching over to, oh, the moment we switch to Vanax, that's where time taking Ronin out. Oh, that's going to be slightly a long range tap. I don't assume they can finish off instantly due to the multiple levels of the building where he's at for Hash. And there you go. Finally got down, and it's going to be a straightforward elimination since Kim is too far apart.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for Ronin, right? But how were they that far apart? I'm not too sure as well.
I
but
literally
it's just
explained for that, so yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you for that. Okay.
You're welcome.
Oh, okay. But anyway, it's not good news for Ronin because Kim is not there, obviously. It's just too far. So yeah, he will be out. And Time will pick up that point, and Time will be happy with that. Can they go up further? Yes, they can. Because they're also not too far from VKS in terms of overall points. 3 more games, they can do it.
Yeah, they definitely can do it. I think it's pretty straightforward. Everybody can do whatever they want to do. It's a matter of whether they can execute it or not. So let's see whether VKS can actually find the last member of Golden Cross Kim, or will somebody else find them first?
And that somebody else, maybe ABC, don't know, because they are arriving in this area. Oh, but here comes Hive too. Arrange scouting things in the front. His teammates behind him. And he's definitely not going to stop here. But ABC will have an entry into the northern side of Jogo Pool, so tons of space for them to play. They only just need to make sure that, okay, that place is kind of clear, they can park in, and they can pick a compound.
Yeah, that place seems to be very clear right now. I think they are trying to find a compound, and they will try to park somewhere. Well, we do have a couple of teams watching, so we wait and see whether they can start a fight.
Oh, Terra Esports. So this is shooting range. Okay, they're not really committing to the North Jogo pool. Or maybe they're taking the time, they want to find out first. Okay, now circle update at least. Okay. So now this circle, you always mention about Zaki hoping to get the circle there. As long as there's still a piece of Zaki in the circle, there's always a chance.
Yep, the chances are there. Zaki is still in there. But also a lot of teams coming into Jogo pool, North Jogo pool. And we're looking at also ABC. They definitely want to get into the compound. They find themselves a building. But also, I can see that Terry Esports watching from on top of a hill. And Seven Sky seems to be easily can get into the compound. So, yeah, let's see who's going to start to fight soon.
Oh, that could be Seven Sky now that they are amongst them. But will they stop? They're quite scattered now, right? So with this kind of position, I think they will learn to like, okay, let's try to regroup first somewhere. And they're looking for that somewhere right now. But other teams are also coming in this area. I see Red from NGGZ up north there. So they're in between a lot of teams now. But look at the elimination fee. Looks like Goodfella Shins will be taken out somewhere. Okay, we'll probably check on that one later. Observation Esports got the point. I think it's somewhere south because both teams were at the southern side last we checked. Now, landing into North Jogo pool, straight into a fight, and BKE will get that point.
Yes. BKE with that 1 point. They definitely want more points. They are forcing the fight with Seven Sky. But BKE, can they get the second point? While we're switching over to Observation Esport, there's going to be a lot of nades flying over. Reds trying to find a better view upstairs. So, Rex got knocked down. He's going to be GFS. Wrong.
Oh, okay. A bit of a wrong move there. But that advantage could be taken by Chewy. Okay, let's see. Okay, will he commit straight? Alright. And Shako will follow up with Chewy, perhaps. Hoping to land that nade first. Oh, second floor. That was a close one because Chewy was there, but he got Rex. Anyway, Kid now with his own nade, he's circling around trying to find that angle. Observation Esports now on the outer side. They're not trapping themselves on the inside, except for Clay Jr. There's only one there. And Chewy on the top floor. Gotta be careful of the nade. Nice nade by Kid. Onto the face of Chewy, taking it out.
And now, with a nade, very nice nade by Chewy just now for Clay Jr. He was waiting outside, and now he's trying to find more points. He's trying to find the windows. Observation Esport, Leo, Kid, now jumping. Oh, unfortunately wrong. He got it wrong, but right for him this time.
Okay. Jump shot here. Jump shot. Trying to land that one. Shako goes on the outside. He got a little bit desperate, but Clay Jr. was ready instead. He became the hero to save the team, and he can pick up two of his teammates. Poof, that was so tight there. But look at how tight it is in North Jogo. Now we have I can't even count how many teams are on the minimap here.
Yeah, right. Very tight indeed. And now back to it on the side of MSI. MSI, they are trying to listen where the shot's coming from. I think there's too many teams. Now they're trying to find any fights for a point. But unfortunately for one side, this view is not great. But for NGGZ minus Sisu, Sisu, they have better 4 points. It's going to be 2 points against NGGZ. What is going on for Sisu and NGGZ?
Okay, they're not out yet at least. Alright, so no follow-up yet. Maybe it's in the building. Okay, that's the follow-up there. Okay, so Miner is eliminated. One more is still bleeding out. Wish we could see what's happening with that one player, but it's okay. Because everyone here is in the building, so this is one of those urban warfares that will take its time for sure. Now on the outside. Okay, this is Zisu and NGGZ. Let's go.
Let's go. And it's going to be one more nade to toss. NGGZ versus Sisu. Oh, Sisu got it first. Jarrell's, he still not been translated into points. But can Sisu get the point that they got from knockdown of Jarrell? But Pang in trouble. MN tried to go. Coming back into the smoke. He's hoping that he can actually save his friend. And they are waiting things out.
But here comes the nade fight. Circle shifted away. Okay, so CSU. it's hard to really take this fight because of how this terrain is right now. That's why they sent Ping behind, hopefully to get a different angle. And they got Mr. Clutchman Red down. But that's going to be a big target for them. He will be eliminated. And now they got them enclosed. Okay, one more target tag. That's going to be Jero. And now it's only MM left. And Peng will come in from behind. Okay, but he's going to take his time for now. Oh, but because his teammate got it. All right, that is it. CSU won the fight against NGGZ. And they are out with 1 point.
Yeah, NGGG, this is a very hard terrain. That's why it's so difficult for them. But Sisu definitely won the fight just now. They got a lot of points. But for NGGZ, they got only 1 point of it. But for Sisu, they will try to still hope that nobody try to come. But we do have another fight coming on. YG Romeo, what is he trying to do?
Okay, we see them having a bit of a spread with the high ground. They have information. And Hive International not interested, I guess because of the timing, since the zone is closing. Oh, but Terra Esports. Ichi got 1. Okay, we do see Godspeed. We don't see Ichi. They're probably inside the circle. Oh, here we go. Oh, that smile taken out. Very important player for Young Good Galacticos. So the rest of them will need to move in by themselves. The trio comes into the circle while Terra Esports playing from behind. They see the movement there. It's a matter of whether they want to go in for the chase or not.
Now, Terry Esport coming from behind. They're trying to go for the chase. Ooh. Elevate. They got eliminated again. This is going to be a trouble for Elevate. There's no points again. And it's the only team in the 60s. I think they definitely have to go back to the drawing board and try to make it better. But for Godspeed, he's getting into the car. They are driving towards YG. Oh, but Godspeed made a U-turn and now trying to think about whether he's pulling over. And now they're trying to see what is happening. Oh, Mane! Oh, he's down. Oh no! Godspeed getting on Mane. YG, they are in a very difficult, and this is going to be a very hard terrain. They're coming up from behind for Terra Esports.
Oof, that was a nice tag there. And now Young Guy goes desperate to try to find space. They even split out right now. And Saycloud is 10% health. Happened to bump into ABC. It's just unfortunate for him. And now Romeo will be the final player for Young Guy to try to hold on. It's still quite far away for placement points. 13 teams in total left. Terra Esports from behind. Now it's their turn to decide on okay, do they want to go in or are they just too many teams? Or maybe they deal with CSU first because right now CSU in front of them. With Ichi cooking that nade. Sends it across, but did not connect at all. Okay, that's a bit of a scouting work there, so they know that Ichi is up here for sure. And CSU, they seem to be in the mood to take this fight. And looks like we will get a circle update here. Let's see, where will we go? Should be North Yogo Pool somewhere. Okay, towards the right side. Okay, there you go. So VKS, at least they are further away from the other teams. There's a road dividing these teams. So they have the best position for now because everyone else will cancel out each other. And you don't want to be part of the commotion. Okay, Terra Esports, let's see here. No circle for them. But they seem to be on the roll in terms of taking fights. So with this kind of position, they will have the opportunity. With CSU in front, they see one circle, one player circling around to the other side, but because of that as well, they won't have a good clear shot no more. Hawks is still okay though with a smoked up vehicle. Most importantly, he's still alive. Alright, now Xiaojia. Oh, he got that one player. Nice. Okay, that's ABC requiring points to overtake Vanix Esports, who's currently 1 point just above them. And they're looking to secure that elimination point. You get thing? And now they're edging closer and closer to at least climbing up more steps in the overall charts. But look at the amount of teams here. Some of them on the outside of the circle, some on the inside. But the desperate ones definitely will be on the outer side. And I'm keeping my eye on the left side. Okay, we have here One Say with 7 Sky in the same building. But it looks like Seven Sky is not really checking the upper floors. Once he's still there, worried that if they move forward, then once they can take them out from behind. So they have to make sure that the top is still clear. Oh, but once they with the shotgun, okay, this is a very clutchable weapon here. And let's see if we can pull off a 1v2 clutch.
Nate's not hitting right now. For once, he needs to find himself a space and exit out. The smokes on him basically have not much, but they're looking in the wrong direction.
Oh, no.
What a clutch! With a shotgun, he barely got enough for himself. Nobody to save him for the day, but he's doing all the work for himself. What a swing just now.
They didn't check that corner. But it was good for Wansei though. And now, besides bringing in those points, it's time for him to go. He'll have that little bit of space, but I can't say the same for his teammate though. South got tagged by Dos, and he's caught on the outside. And there you go. That's what happens then. There's just too many teams there. But still, that was a good move there by Wansei.
Back towards the rest of the team is still alive here. They're still fighting for their points. GC, they need more, but unfortunately down to the one player. But Wako is trying to find a way in, but this urban warfare is making it so difficult. There's no view. There's no visualization for the other teams to gain any information. Everybody just hugging the corners. Multiple levels in Times building. It's so impossible at this point for those on top of this building to find any kind of shot. That's why hence Terra Esports is trying to play those outskirts as much as possible, but the circle will comprises of different part of the Jogopol. The North Jogopol slightly on the downside. There's going to be a lot of buildings. They can go for that if they want to play safe, but the risk is every single turn they have, just like how Time did, there will be somebody shooting because of how compact, jam-packed in these buildings areas are. So it's super wise for Terra Esports actually play those high grounds on the outskirts, because right now there's no competition out there for them. And the best part, the circle is still up there. So if the circle happen to be shifting again, they can go in because everybody busy themselves inside of the buildings. But to get out of the building, to get where to Terra Esports at, now that's the issue for the other teams. So Terra Esports, they've been very calculative and tactical regarding this, but unfortunately YG and Hive both taken out. It's going to be just 1 point shy difference between them.
Yeah, top three teams all out, but oh, that was a nade onto Dale that almost took him out. It's very, very close. But that will give them a clue that there's somebody there, and now they know that Clay Jr. is occupying one of the buildings in front of them. But they can still create that smoke bridge to take the other building on the side. So there's still a way for them to get into the circle, but they have to make it quick. Zone is closing behind them, and now they're on the move. Okay, that nade to distract their opponent, and they managed to make it through. Probably one more building and they will be in the circle.
Time. It's all down to Wako again to bear the responsibility, but this time it's with Dale, the ex-player of Nemesis. At least he knows what he's doing. He knows exactly how to comms between Wako as well. But for Terra Esports, they know they have advantage. They're just waiting things out. But unfortunately, their utilities, it's going to be the most crucial thing for them to close the gap between those in the buildings and those outside. But for the other players, it's all about those utilities as well. Clearing up those corners. They need every single Molotov, especially, will be the greatest item for them to have right now to flush everybody out. But this is going to be a bit of awkward angle. Mowang switch over to the M416, hoping the momentary esports players pick out. You have to make sure his position at 100%. It's going to be always go time for those waiting for the people to pick out. Here comes Nate's coming in from a VIX versus VKS. But when it comes to VIX, they have a slightly lesser number. But the problem is not going to be just their opponent in front of them. There's also those eyes prying and watching from different side of the building. It's so hard to clear off every single corner they can have in this sort of stance, especially if the circle's still going to pull towards the south side of this sort of compound.
Yeah, if you still have nades, it's still going to be hard because there's like multiple levels. Like you have to pick like, okay, do I want to toss on ground floor, first floor, second floor? And even that, does it land? So many questions, right? So, and nades are scarce at this point because there's so many teams here. Not much loot left for sure.
Yeah,
VKS?
I think that's pretty obvious. All the teams are here. Everybody's sharing the compound. And now back to VKS. They try to hike up, try to finish off the entire building, making sure this is there to take dominant over this one. But circle time is going to be the judgment day. Now, the only one stopping Terra Esport from stealing those points across where time, BKE and OV is at, it's going to be the one that's right across them just now. If I'm not mistaken, that team, probably it was ABC. But speaking of it, it just happened. ABC nailed down the Yucca, but it's going to be a different story that we're looking at as Vanex Esports try to stop VKS from breaching in.
Oh, okay, that angle. Okay, beautifully done though. And now Jeffrey will pick up Amora. Now Lord spraying into the smoke. And he got Lil Wangs. Okay, that's a good one there. Now he's cooking out his next need. Here we go. While Jeffrey is guarding at the ground floor. But Jeffrey got tagged. By who? By Kane from BKE.
Next, Lord, they need to leave. Blizzard's arriving. Too close for comfort. VKS, if they are extending this fight, they're not winning anything either. Yes, they still got plenty of eliminations here, but unfortunately, they won't last to the top 4. And speaking of their esport, they've been stopped by ABC players just now. Even though that was a knockdown before, it just shows they reset back to 4. Both teams that are having a full score right now are the teams that are not inside the compound where the other teams are fighting for. They're not inside the building except for ABC. Stopping Terra Esport, going for the rush. Rare managed to stop on Godspeed. Xiaojia finish off Godspeed. That's going to be slightly decapitating the Terra Esport when it comes to lineup, but they managed to have a trade-off back to 3v3. Xiaojia hoping the trajectory will somehow connect, soak in a bit of damage for Terra Esport players down to 50% of HP. But on the side of ABC, they need to force the fight anyhow. If not, Terra Esport will make it harsh for them to live throughout the top 4.
Oof. And Terra Esports definitely not making it easy for ABC here. They have to reconvene on the other building now. Rare managed to heal up, so they'll be okay for now. And if our Master Ichi, okay, that's going to be a big target for them. Unknown and Lil Yaka now. The duo that's still left active as Master Ichi confirmed eliminated by 0. And because of that, that brings ABC to 10 eliminations now.
Plenty of heavy hole coming up from ABC. Now they having a fresh restart after that pause of a break. And they got himself quite a sweet compound to work with compared to Terra Esport to try to force them out of it. But down to 2 players for Terra Esport. Unfortunately, they were not having it great day when it tried to ambush towards ABC. They're holding their stance quite well for ABC. That's a good defense coming out from Xiaojia and the rest of the team. They even managed to reset all 4 of them well back into a flawless, healthy lineup. But coming up very close, I think Clay Jr. might be spotted out by Rare. He's trying to just finish off whoever's in front of the building. Easy execution, no breaking of sweat, but still, OV managed to score himself a 5, so they will maintain the top 4. The gap between the number 4 and number 6 right now is quite huge still. But on the side of GC, the longer they last, the more they break it in the hundreds, the high chance they might get themselves into the top 16. They need to aim for that for now.
And ABC, they're also aiming for the Goodfellas spot at number 12 at least. Since Goodfellas have been eliminated and ABC now, they're getting closer and closer. Oh man, this is going to be really interesting for ABC, how far they can go. So far, good performance. Even in the previous round, Chicken Dinner, now with 11 elimination points, ABC is definitely on the roll here. But now we have 6 teams left here at stage number 8. It's going to be an urban warfare finish here, but at least part of it. And BKE, gain another point for themselves, 3 now.
Top 6 teams, ABC.
Wow.
They got whatever it takes to finish up. Yeah, very great execution, I know, by 1 sec. It's pretty obvious. He's waiting for that. He's been waiting for it for a long time. He knows somebody there. It's a pretty straightforward one. But for the side of ABC, they cannot botch this one. This is the opportunity they've been waiting all day long. They need to get another irregular. It might be their first back-to-back chicken dinner here for ABC. They need this hard, because it has been a roller coaster ride. The moment they score chicken, they're always going to be go cold, went out early the next one. So this is the first time they maintain their statue. They maintain the consistency. That's the task for ABC right now. But for GC versus VKE players across the wall, a jumping shot with the DBS fight. But Kim soaked in a lot of damage, but the Blue Suns arriving. But Kim, he needs to go for the heel, hoping that he will not jump away.
Oof.
The trajectory that bounced off the wall.
that Molly really delayed Kim's recovery here. But for Kim, he needs one say to actually he needs to actually do this all by himself. There's nobody else to aid him. But unfortunately, the moment he opens the door, there's plenty of bullets flying over.
Oof, that was so close for Kim, but now Kim taking damage. Oh, down to his last stick of health. With baby one sec right beside him, and it is at the end of the day the zone that took him out, so the point is not given to any other team. But points will continue to be picked up by ABC right now. Dale will be the one on the ground, and looks like ABC will lock in elimination number 12.
Can they score at least 4 more? Make it BKE the first one to bite the dust. But BKE, quite a good run still. Back towards ABC 0. Can they have the confidence? They need to have it now. Versus 2 of Terry Spot. They know exactly how people are they fighting against. But can they segregate themselves to each respective role to clear each levels? But they had definitely heard the footsteps. Unknown on the other hand, not willing to share any information. He's waiting things out and proning. Whoever's opened the door, whoever walks into that corner, he will straight away with that as 12k shot them down. But for Rare and ABC, that's what they are paranoid about. They know they are waiting around the door area. So they're not willing to go in and venture to try to seek out anybody. But if they do, they need plenty of Molotov to clear the corners. Rare coming in, not going to have a shot outside, but they still place one watchman outside. Xiaojia coming in as well. This is what we talked about before. ABC is all matter whether they're trusting enough their communication. While Terry Esport want nothing else to lose, is 2v4. Might actually try to get that clutch.
Oh, or are they just going to wait for the zone to do its work? Oh, okay. Unknown gets Mowang, gets 0. Oh no, this could be ABC losing the plot here. Terra Esports. They still hold on. Oh my goodness, and now the zone. Okay, it's now down to the last piece of land here. Oh, who's able to hold on? Okay. Different floor. Xiaojia, healing game. Last moment. Oh wait, ABC got it. Got it at the end. Oh my goodness.
For ABC, for me that wasn't the ending. I was slightly disappointed with a 4v2. They can just go and double pick at the same time, but they didn't do that. I mean, I'm not a pro player to start with, but yeah, this is painful. They had plenty of every opportunity to, secure 2 more points out of their 12 eliminations and make it 14, because every point should treat as a dime for them, and they did not utilize it to the max. I mean, I'm sorry, harsh reality as it is. Correct me if I'm wrong. Bash me if you want. I'm so done right now and so done with this. But yeah, but for the side of Wrangle, that's going to be last one back-to-back for ABC still. But I'm hoping for them to do better. When it comes to Rare, Xiaojia, Mowang and Zero, the MVP definitely going to be Rare, who got more damage thanks to the buildings in between.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them in the back later once we finish the day and we look at the overall scores. But this time, 12 eliminations for ABC, so Chicken Dinner. So it's a back-to-back Chicken Dinner for them today. So good work here for ABC. 22 points secured this round. And for Rare, especially, he broke the 1,000 damage mark. So 1,001 damage with 6 eliminations. Surely is going to be the MVP for this round. So previously it was Mowang, and definitely after this is going to be Rare. But before we get the official results, let's check out the highlights.
12 eliminations by ABC. They could have finished with 14. I would be a bit salty about that. A bit bitter truth in there as well. Whether they want to take it or not, it's up to them. But when it comes to their esports, it's quite consistent themselves. Try to get themselves a lot of number 2s here, but there have been a lot of top 4 for the entire day, except for the Erangel second map. Time Esport also quite consistent as well when it comes to the elimination points. Black Eagle Esport seems to be riding a roller coaster, but when it comes to the bottom teams, nowhere the bottom 4 seems to be nearby here. So that's going to be the issue. I mean, this is always going to be the middle pack, really pushing all out cylinders when it comes to the last day. I was hoping the bottom 4 to actually getting the top 4 in each and every single map.
Yeah, we don't see them there. But what we do see is Rare. Yep, based on the stats, we saw it earlier. He's definitely going to be the MVP here. So good work for ABC. So they have Moa, first MVP for today for them. And then now we have Rare. So they are switching MVP. So this just kind of tells the story that they work well as a team, right? That everybody contributed to them gaining those points. And with the chicken dinner, yes, surely they will go above a Goodfellas now.
Congratulations on the golden benchmark. It's going to be a golden ratio or the quite a high standings there for his damage 1000 over, which you don't see too often. And so far we've got only twice or 3 times of a player managed to get it over 1000 damage per map by an individual. For ABC, well, that's pretty forward. 22 points for the chicken dinner. Elevate YG, unusually 0 points here today, making it difficult to see whether they can start to retain and solidify the positioning when it comes again that number 1 by end of this week. But Hive definitely still got themselves points. Last we've seen it's going to be only 1 point difference between Hive and YG when it comes to the standings of number 1 and 2. Now the determining factor of that is definitely going to be Hive favorite map, which is going to be Murama.
Oh, okay. That's a bit of a good sign there for Hive. Yeah. Yes, so you pointed out, like what you said, 1 point difference between them, and Hive, they love Mirama, so that's the advantage there. On the other end, so the bottom 4 right now is Golden Cross, Seven Sky, and Snooker Esports, who stopped playing today, and Elevate. A little bit sad for Elevate as well. I thought that, okay, maybe they can start to sneak in a few points here and there and start to try to overtake Snooker Esports. Though the gap is 15 points, 2 games, they can still at least overtake Snooker Esports. But they've been dropping the ball a lot. That's the only thing with Elevate. So I don't know about their last 2 games, how it will be for them.
Of course you don't. Back to SABC, back-to-back chicken dinner like how I just put it out. But it's going to be BKE and GGZ. And so far, no Hive, no YG chickens, but they have plenty of eliminations. So the aim is going to be getting points regardless of how many, as long as it's going to be points. But YG, unfortunately, they failed that mission just now. So I assume whether they're going to double the action after this just to have a bit of redemption in Mirama map because their last Ringo didn't score any. They want to pull the gap. But at the same time, they are not under pressure for both teams because they do know no matter what is the situation when it comes to week number 1. Imagine this, YG or Hive, either or. Example, if Hive finish off week 1 as the league number 1 and then YG second, and then next week YG first and Hive second, doesn't make that much of a difference other than the prize pool, of course, for the league stage. But for the grand finals, it will affect their head start points. But it will be interesting if that happens as well, because the determining factor between them is going to be whether they can have that tiebreaker or not. But we're going to put a pause for a bit and see you guys into Mirama.
Alright, and we're switching the map to Miramar, and historically, Hive International, they like this map. And with the fact that they're only 1 point behind Yangon Galacticos, this is their big chance to get that number 1 spot from the hands of YG.
Yeah, how do you know they like the map or not? Based on me, I do my study here. They always actually score their first Miramar of the day. So I don't just say they like it for no reason. There's a reason why. They statistically proven how they rotate. They are more confident. And they do know where exactly to aim for when it comes to who's the first target for their first checkpoints. So Hive, they have slightly an advantage and a bit of edge when it comes to the Miramar map, but it has been slightly a change of spot for them as a change of type, because starting yesterday they didn't score their first Miramar. Now can they back their groove and their momentum? Let's head over to our second last map of the day.
Second last map of the day, and also second last map of week number 1 before all the points are secured, and we will find out who's at what position, and that will also determine how will the groupings be for next week. So we're going to start off with a flight path from Patona all the way up to Campo Militar. So teams who want to drop on the left side of the map will need to travel a fair bit. We've seen a couple of teams drop in Patona before this, and this time it's going to be only Vanix dropping there. So nobody's going to share Patona with them. They will have the entire island for them to loot. Now, also keeping an eye on where might be any other potential clash point. Maybe Chumacera, maybe Picaro that's kind of hot as well. So we'll see on that now that we have teams starting to drop around the southern area.
Because that's slightly on the southern side, hence the reason why majority of them do prefer in the middle ground, which is going to be the center of the map. I'm looking over to Power Grid Ricardo, where we're starting off yesterday. They have that sort of circle, San Martin Power Grid Ricardo. But in the meantime, do have one Patona team since yesterday. It's going to be IX. This time they're not sharing with anybody else. Elevate on the other hand, going to take the very south, where the Poriso is vacant within bridge. We might have St. Martin Crash or Hacienda de Patron based on where the trajectory of GFS and another team right on top, and high chance that's going to be YG. For GFS, they can lose their momentum. High chance we do have going to be another warfare, urban warfare, lostness right in the center, but there are cases where the hardship happens towards the right side of the map or right on top of La Bendita.
Oh, but look at Hacienda. Okay, 2 teams overlapping there. El Azahar, we have NGGZ and another team as well overlapping. But okay, on screen, we're going to look at Hacienda. So Goodfellas and Yangon Galacticos. Okay, so this will be the starting point. Here we go with Shins down.
And it's down as well. YG managed to take Chewy down. So when it comes to 2v2, a bit of a trade-off between YG and GFS. They managed to get... No, go ahead. It's fine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just reacting to the fact that Molly landed onto Smile. So because of that, then now Romeo is alone, no healing utilities, and the rest of GFS is here. Oh, not only GFS, Dale is here as well. Okay, so he's actually amongst 2 different teams now. And now he'll find out at least one of them. We shuffle behind and wow, what a jump shot by Dale. Whoa, to get both of them. Wow, that's straight off an action movie.
Slight miscalculation on the side of GFS to stack up to get in straight line of sight for Dale. It's such an awkward position they took themselves. They can actually spread out to have a crossfire, but I guess they did not expect that kind of a jump to be instantly. But here comes Timey Esports. The rest of the team now will follow up Dale's footsteps. They heard the call. They're coming in with a nade to flush them out. Shins down to last of GFS. Feels like this will be too overwhelming for the last member. He tried to run. You cannot run and you cannot hide. Unfortunately, GFS, they shared the compound with YG. YG managed to escape exit and took the opportunity where GFS is occupied and leave, as knowing that he can only play for the survival game for YG. Great timing coming up from Timey Esports.
There was a bit of hope for GFS at some point until Time Esports showed up. Oh well, but with them out, now CSU can push them down. Vanix, if they come up big, maybe. It's a bit of a far-fetch, but CSU can potentially push down Good Palace. So that's something that we will continue to observe. But we're also observing another fight here in El Azahar. So NGGZ and Golden Cross, where NGGZ, they managed to find one. Oh, but nice counter by Kim. Oh, from the top.
Quite a view they got up here for GC. Very spread out. And GGZ did not see this one coming. Caught themselves off guard. And ma'am, he's the one, that pivotal player that can change so much for the fate of his teammate. But can he make it on time? Can he find Kim first? He's going in with the rest of the team, which means Kim's is open for another shot. But he's joining in from the sidelines as well. Is back to square one. And GGZ versus... Oh, GC! Crazy. Very low himself. Nobody can reach him. Ow! But GC, can they win? Tova's down. A bit of a trade-off 1-1. Oh! They had it going, they had slight advantage. But the explosions just now caught them off guard for GC. Unfortunately, it's back to stalemate between these two. Unfortunately, again for GC, it's going to be a 2v3. They have slight disadvantage in terms of manpower.
They started off pretty decent with Kim's position, but the rest of them fell down with NGGZ knowing that there's only one more left. Now they're chasing him. Okay, but navigating around this area is not the easiest thing to do. So, don't know, maybe at some point they might just let him go. But they seem to be still... Okay, they can't stop the chase. So that will give some breathing room to Kim to at least try to find somewhere else to reset himself at least.
And that's Generalis. Just on the outskirts of Falada Benita, where the circle might end as well. So this guy very spread out. Nobody's sharing both compounds. They got plenty of loot upgrade here. And the abundance of loot is quite luxurious too, when it comes to the percentage of how good of a quality of a loot they have. Back to his Los Leones. They have slightly an urban warfare for ABC versus VK as Vin try to beat them out from their hiding spot indoors. Or try to slowly fish out how many players for indoors as well. There's going to be a lot of information relayed back to VKF. That's why the rest of them coming from behind and start to close in and box the rest of ABC players. Now ABC, they need to have somebody outside to know any information regarding the movement of VKS, which they have none right now.
Looking at one player of VKS on the other side, but I don't know if he can actually get close. ABC, they seem to have this entire building locked in. Oh, nice! By Zelja to come out. Now, he knows exactly where that one player is. It's a matter of finishing up the job, but he cannot spend too much time on the outside. If not, he might be tagged by the players of VKS from the other buildings. And now Vin is trying to close that gap. But behind him is going to be Rare, dishing out the damage, and he's pretty low now. And finally, they got him, and the point will finally be picked up by ABC.
Good start, ABC, after the double chicken back-to-back here today. Definitely have slightly more confidence. I'm loving this kind of growth coming up from ABC. But for VKS, Hop, I love how Hop plays and strategizes for the team. We always know where to find those off angles, but unfortunately, every single time VKS got himself in a good position for fight, Hop is not there for the off angle. If only we get to see Hop and Amura Baby actually work together, they can actually bounce back throughout the entirety of the last day. But speaking of which, they are in the top 10, so not too much pressure.
Yeah, so top 10 is still kind of okay. But for GC though, not even in the top 16 yet. We have Kim here on screen. And where is Ronin? I wonder. They separated from the last fight last week saw. Wonder whether they will be able to reconvene again. But right now, the gap between them and MSI is 11 points. So that's going to be quite a bit of work for them to do. But with only 2 players here, and plus they're separated, I'm not sure how much more points they can get from this round.
Of course you don't know. On the side of a Golden Cross, Kim, last man standing for himself. There's also another player. Ronin. They happening to make the same historical. I don't know whether it's mistake or advantage at this point because they did separate themselves quite far. We have a FAMAS military vest and backpack level 3 like around the cross high grounds of Los Leones, but I predicted the circle shifted slightly onwards. It's always us in the Patron La Medita sort of circle. Not many teams coming up from the north, and Ronin's is way too deep in the blue, so he's playing looting up as much as hell with utility just for the sake of survival, I guess. Back to a survival game strategy when it comes to today, but in terms of Los Leones crowd movement, there's plenty of them sharing around the corner, and it's going to be a majority of them getting out of the buildings as well.
Yeah, gonna be interesting to see if he's able to survive. Ronin, that is, Tiara is all the way up in Tiara, on up north. So we'll see that. But even Romeo is also taking the blue at this moment, stage 2. And he will be the one to survive for Yango Galacticos. While for Hive, full team, we haven't seen them in action yet. So they'll be taking their time this round. And GGZ shows up, passing by CSU, but not going to stop here. So they're going to pick somewhere else. Oh, but our highlight team from the Iraga matches, ABC Moang, just got eliminated. Not sure will there be any other follow-up from there, or that's a long range, or maybe a scout, but yeah, they lost one player.
Nobody nearby Minas Generalis. Sisu definitely have the luxury to spread out. But shots open up. OV, Hive. Happen to be migrating and navigating just to get into slightly on the northern side. They're playing at the edge of a circle a bit for observation and Hive. They're not getting straight into the center, knowing it might be a lot of teams trying to get from south, cutting straight into the circle. They want to avoid early conflict, so they take longer rotations for both teams there. Smart move, as Minas Generalis still gonna be comprises of MSI only. Now La Bendita, where all the action's gonna happen. OV to cut across straight. I wish they drive more to the north. There's slightly an entry in just on top of Graveyard, but they choose to pick to get those points if they can. Against Hive International, they might have to force the fight.
Oh, but Observation Esports might need to force the fight here on the left side onto Hive. And Hive is the one that's like, okay, do we really want to force it? They have the option of turning behind, but they seem to stay. Okay, they are going to take this one onto Observation Esports. Okay, that's going to be the decision by both sides, and we'll see who will be the one to crash. Oh, but Hive, okay, they send one player out into the circle. They send range. Okay, so it looks like they decided to like, okay, no, it's not going to be worth it, which is absolutely fine. Observation Esports happen to think the same as well, so they're going to make that rotation up north instead.
Now we're hitting stage 4 very soon. They're waiting for either another team to engage, or they know this is a bit too early. There's still plenty of stages and plenty of room. Best time is going to be stage 4. But speaking of rushing into it, Romeo! Bold move, last man standing. He will take the risk, regardless of how he's the last man standing. Does have to try to get into the circle. That's going to be his main priority. Then second mission, trying to find a place to hide. But can he even hide? Shots coming from behind from OV across the other side of Minas Generalis. Around 200 meters of a difference. While they do have Hive, Range and Pretzel who's nearby. Unfortunate blunder. Clay Jr. out of all this kerfuffle within that smoke, needed his own teammate Rex on the ground bleeding out. This is the worst timing to have a blunder right where Hive just arrived as well. But Hive, nonetheless, Ovi still managed to get their hands hold on to their fortress here. Down to Ranger, who are already inside of the circle. The other three, nowhere near range. It's impossible for him to save them now. They will bleed out and just give the points to OV for now.
Well, that's a bit of a surprise. I thought that Hive International would be able to capitalize on the blunder earlier, but looks like that wasn't the case. Now they only have range, and all they could do now is just to try to hold on for placement points, or maybe steal away something that he could personally find. But for the most part, it's going to be just survivability for range now. It's a bit too unfortunate for Hive International earlier, but good for Observation Esports. And after all that, they still have all four their players intact.
Oh god, sweet spot out. 3 times scope, not the best one, but range. If only he can spot himself a 6 time or 4 times scope. Anything. Slightly sweeter than this. Back to the side of OV. They managed to hold their line strong. I agree that they should have capitalized the blunder for OV just now, but unfortunately, I guess the smoke really confuses them. Terra Esports against OV. They're overshowing themselves too much, trying to shut down the furthest one away, but OV, are they in a pinch? And GGZ just next to them. There's also OV spreading across. Ranger is watching from afar inside of a building, but not grading a great scope. Terra Esports, OV, they are in shambles. They try to get more points, but unfortunately, not the perfect place where everybody's around them already. And still water spray Rex. Crispy precision. Can he track down the rest of Terra Esports? He found another. These guys just don't know how to stop. He's just having all the big swings, despite the rest of his team is gone.
And even CSU had to butt in into this fight. They took out one player from Observation Esports. But we shift our attention towards the southern side of the circle. Now it's going to be Elevate against Misfit International. And the moment we see this fight, that Nate will finish off the final player of Elevate, and they will be out and still rooted at number 20.
One save bleeding out. Anybody try to reach out? Yeah, they tried to recover him. It's nowhere nearby, so it's good news for MSI. Definitely cleared all the way for MSI as well. They might have a shot at getting it top 4 with all 4 men well and alive. Speaking of full squad, still plenty of them, including Terra Esports, BKE. We have Time, CSU, MSI, VIX, 7 Sky. That's plenty. 7 teams out of 12 do have full healthy players. Now the ones that not having it is going to be a bit of a problem, since too many teams having a full squad, which means they have more angles to cover and communicate better and get more expand of their territory when it comes to a very small circle like this. But for ABC coming in very late, they had a good run before, but down to 3 players and one more being picked off. Unknown, waiting for the entry point. This is going to be the chokehold. Whoever's coming late, Terra Esports will try to deny their entry in by circling around. Look at Master Ichi coming up the back line of Rare. He might even spot out Hive Ranger if he got a perfect angle, if he's looking at Ranger coming out. But right now, there's no windows on that side, so they have no idea where Range at right now. But I love the fact that Yakka coming out all the way just to rotate around different angle to see whether the Rangers building got somebody else in there.
Yeah, and with that advantage, by rotating on the inner side, they can potentially block teams from moving forward, and all they need to do is just wait for them to show themselves. ABC is also one of the teams that's inside here. Oh, Rare and Kim sharing the same building. Rare goes up to the 2nd floor. Oh, Kim's on the other room. I don't think Rare knows that he's there. Oh, he knows. Okay. He's cooking this nade and shot toss. Oh, okay. Alright, did not really connect. Or was that a stun grenade? I think that was a stun grenade. But now Rare not able to land his shots at all. He's been whiffing it. Oh!
No more whiff from that. It's going to be the last man standing for Golden Cross. Kim finish it off. It's a good jiggle coming up from the side of the player. But for speaking of a solo player, Kim also seems to be standing alone, and Hive, they're just next to each other. And worst case scenario, Circa shifted upwards. That's going to be almost 200 meters of journey by themselves, with Terra Esports also moving in parallel motion, which they might gatekeeping Golden Cross, Hive, and BKE at the same time. But it's slightly on the west side, southwest. So on the southern side, straight cutting into the circle might still be an option for BKE, but these 2 solo players, I don't see this going to be an entry easy in.
The 2 solo players there still stuck there, and Yakka is just keeping an eye. Oh man. And the blue will do its work later. Okay, there you go. Yakka gets Kim. That's a GC out with 2 elimination points in hand. There's one more though, so I wonder if Yakka is still waiting there.
on the other side of a circle. VI Axe. Every opportunity they can get into the circle, they have a clear one. It's a matter of whether they can find anybody who's a bit busy down south. Not many players or teams coming out from the north. So there's a lot of waiting game for the northern side of teams. So all the actions coming up. Well, I did mention about Los Leones getting out of that city. Will be a lot of thinning of crowd. Terra Esports seems to be doing great, despite Kane got a better view for the players. Unfortunately, he couldn't give cover fire for the rest of them. Got himself a decent Mini 14 as well to work with. And last I saw, Rangers going the other way around. Yaka finish off instantly, baby. One sec. All the knockdowns down to only Kane to make it work. Kane! He did not whiff, but he got range. That's going to be Hive eliminated as well. But for BKE, the moment he got the point, unfortunately, the rest of his teammate for BKE got wiped out completely. Kane couldn't give the cover fire. He's a bit occupied with Hive, last player getting into the circle. Now Terra Esports knows there's only 3 of them. They're trying to find every nook and cranny for Kane. There's nowhere to run right now. If he wants to be alive, he has to get into the circle. And that's it. It's going to be MSI instead.
And MSI will finish off that last player. What's interesting also to highlight is that YG and Hive, they will still remain at number 1 and number 2 respectively. Okay, but back onto the remaining teams in the game right now. So Misfit International, still a full team. Right in front of there is going to be Seven Sky. And of course, Seven Sky will be desperate for points. They do well here, they can potentially push down GC at this moment. So they need to maximize their opportunity with the fact that they're on the inner side and can potentially block Misfit International from coming, picking out those points along the way.
Nice barricade by MSI just now. Puncture their own tire, explode their own vehicles just to barricade, knowing that it's an open space. But we do have Terra Esports not inside of the circle yet, and GGZ might gatekeep them, but there's going to be a long climb above, downwards. Spotted out MSI players, but the one they should go across is going to be NGGZ.
Okay, they're still trying to clear off whatever they can get on that side. But on the right side here, Vanix. Okay, now we have a good view of their positions. Okay, Vanix. Okay, they have time. They have Seven Sky in front of them. So let's see what they will commit to. But I guess the next big clash point will be on the left side. Terra Esports. Maybe against NGGZ. Or maybe CSU if they choose to go all the way up.
Terra Esports tried to get information for the north. They split himself into 2-2 formation. The other two tried to deal with NGGZ and see which way is a bit more easier. I think north is slightly a bit more open as well. But they find themselves a bit of valley to squeeze into NGGZ. They're definitely interested into it because Yaka just relay information based off his movement. They can find nobody's in that building that he can spot onto it. So they might want to take the building and then try to force NGGZ. But right now, can they have any information? If they can see all 4 players in there, high chance they will rush into it. If no information gathered, they might be slightly interested into taking that rotation towards CSU. Yeah,
Oh.
I think they spot them out.
Oh, as Yaka wanted to arrive, he gets taken down by Gerald. And Red gets unknown. Oh, Terra Esports falling apart right now. Only Master Ichi left. And while that was happening, this is also another fight that's happening right now at the same time. It's going to be Time Esports now. So far, doing so good against Vanix. And they will clear off Vanix here while gaining those points for themselves. 8 elimination points for Time Esports.
But for the side of Terra Esports also got eliminated at the same time. We're down to the top 5. And the only team with a full score in it is going to be Sisu and MSI. Now, can MSI finally get themselves the chicken for today? Because they have been fighting for it and they are going crazy on the kill feed. Unfortunately, Seven Sky Reballo managed to fight back. A bit of confrontation between these two for the CQC. And there's only 2 of them. There's no third party. It might be slightly far, almost 300 meters across the other side of the map. And that's going to be CSU. Well, Seven Sky, Rebello take the charge anyhow. Took the gamble and going in for the corners. He found one. Ring around the rosy. Will he go? It's going to be the corner game. 1 down. Rebello might get a 2. DBS in hand. Almost a wipeout. Down to last man standing. MSI. South K got charging. And that's going to be MSI. Been taken over against none other than Seven Sky, but there's no time to reset themselves. Still licking their wounds. A long shot coming up from NGGZ.
Wow, heavy lifting there by Robello. Nice. 1v3, he got 3 of them and his teammate did the rest of the work. Good job there by Rebello. Oh man, that's definitely a big highlight there. Now, will this be another highlight here involving NGGZ and CSU? So we have CSU here on the inner side, NGGZ, they only have red. And red has been, okay, red took out 1. The rest of NGGZ, they are split out on slightly on the southern side, probably preparing for the next phase of the circle on where to go. So they're opening up their options now.
Knowing that this is not going to be inside of a circle, jumping out, try to get into vehicle will be a wise choice, or maybe on foot, but he needs plenty of smoke, which he has only 1. So best option is going to be taking that vehicle before it's too late. And GGZ is still not inside of circle. If they go in, MM might get charged by 7 Sky, who just finished a big win. So he will try to take his chances with that vehicle to just have a distract. He's definitely hopping into it, while the rest of his team relaying the information where he needs to get into with that vehicle towards Sisu's compound. While 7 Sky, on the other hand, they are waiting for Time Esports. They heard Dale's shots before, splitting himself into 2-2. While Time has only Dale nearby, the other two seems to be slightly on the north. Now, how much and how fast information 7 Sky can get to react to this?
Yeah, they'll need to decide soon since they're not really in the circle yet. Or NGGZ will help them to decide. Okay, they're moving in the circle. We see MM there, but doesn't look like they will commit to 7 Sky. They will focus onto their positioning for now, while keeping an eye on the CSU. It's time for CSU to move. They're creating the smoke bridge. Blue is right behind them and it's closing. Lots of open space in front. Okay, let's see what sort of spot they can get. Okay, now they're making their move after the smoke bridge. There's a small shack it seems, but that spot is taken by Time. Okay, that's kind of far away. You can see that NGGZ now took out Ting. 2 more to go for CSU. Still playing by the smoke bridge. Found small rock, and that will be Ho Chuan's spot now.
Managed to get the rock as their covers for now, but for how much longer? Their buggies happen to be the barricade as well. Time going in for the crash. You know there's only 2 players for now. They do have a bit more upper hand compared to the side of Sisu. 2v3, but NGGZ are they just waiting things out. Right now they are focusing on 7 Sky as well. Now Sisu, they have to deal with 2 teams at the same time.
Oh man, super duper tight on the left side here. Especially with NGGZ and then Time. Time is spraying down. DOS gets fanged. Okay, Time, you just need to secure those elimination points. While NGGZ, they shift their attention towards 7 Sky based on the elimination feed, and CSU eliminated. A few shots from Gerald that will finish off the final player, which is Ho Chuan.
They were being in a pitch between NGGZ and 7 Sky just now. But next NGGZ, they will push forward. It's going to be towards 7 Sky. The ones that might be the attraction is going to be Time. If they open fire, NGGZ and 7 Sky might focus in on them first. It's best for them to actually stay quiet and wait things out. While NGGZ and 7 Sky seems to be very interested with each other. Here comes the Nate Jarrell. Not soaking in anything. Nothing seems to be connecting. An exchange of blows between 7 Sky and NGGZ right now. Nice rotation by Time. They are trying to take advantage and try to get a view what is going on, where this guy's at. But I think NGGZ hurt those rotation. Red straight away focusing on towards Time players. Right now they have to divide themselves into 2 different ways for NGGZ.
Okay, now it's NGGZ losing a player though. And V-High will secure the elimination point. Now 7 Sky. Maybe this could be their moment. They have 3 active players and they're in desperate need of points. So this chicken dinner would definitely do them good. There's 1 player from Time down, but because he's behind that rock, Rebello can't get a good clear shot to lock in that point.
Double down Time. That's huge coming from Red. He opened up every opportunity possible for NGGZ to score a chicken in this one, despite they're being bombarded left, right and center by Time and 7 Sky. They are in a pinch. Time repositioning was supposed to be their advantage, but unfortunately it turns out to be only Dale alive, and there's no room for him as well. He needs to find himself a spot, try to hide himself, because Red will actually focus on him, and he got Dale straight on. Now he's down to 2 V3. Seven Sky, they got numbers. Oh, they will definitely utilize it as Rebello take one down. Only Red left. We've seen a 1v3 before, Cloud. This might be another. Can Red do it?
Oof, yeah, Mr. Clutchman for NGGZ, right? Oh, but there's just too much open space though. I don't know how he's going to do this one, but anyway, before that, it's going to be V High getting MM. And now, that 1v3 situation again. This time in a different map for Red. And this time it's against Seven Sky. And Seven Sky, the thing is that they know exactly where he is. And this name will finish him off. Seven Sky finally scores their chicken dinner. A team that was in the bottom four, desperate for points. And this chicken dinner will be very, very precious for them.
Rise of a wildcard region here, showing what they're made of. And I have to say, Seven Sky, that was a splendid run. That was definitely a big one. They took out MSI flawlessly with such confidence, and now they're taking out NGGZ without second thought. If only they have this sort of momentum earlier, this is definitely going to be a game changer for the entirety of the tournament. Now, I want to see Seven Sky like this again for week number 2 and the next map. They have what it takes. It's just how much willingness they want to adventure out there. They have to try to take the shots. If not, they will regret not trying.
Yep, and that's probably one of the things about being a bottom 4 team is that when you start to get desperate, you start to be able to shoot better, think less, and just try to bring in as many points as possible. And this time, they brought in 8 elimination points for themselves. So that's going to be 18 points with the chicken dinner together. And it's going to be quite clear who's going to be the MVP this time. It's going to be Robello with the most eliminations, most knockout, most damage output. Well, damage taken, not the least, but still, those stats are enough to say that he's definitely going to be the MVP. Congratulations to Seven Sky, a team that struggled a lot, but finally they got their chicken dinner. Let's check out the highlights.
Lot of action pack just now unfolded itself in Miramar, and it definitely is the rise of the bottom teams in the very last second as well. And GGZ plays themselves second place with the double-digit eliminations, the only team with that. Time Terra Esport seems to be fair enough with an average of 9 for 4 teams right now if you put everything and just divide it equally. Seven Sky, congratulations on that chicken dinner. Definitely will push themselves into the middle pack, but for Terra Esport, definitely not the best, but at least it's better than them being quiet, halfway of the day. So I guess we have to see whether Hive can come back here. Unfortunately, they were eliminated early despite this used to be their favorite map.
And what stood out to me based on this stat is that NGGZ, they only had a full squad time of 4 minutes and 39 seconds, way below any other team, but they're at number 2. And as what the stats has shown, Rebello is the MVP this time, locking in 4 eliminations, 700 damage, 5 knockouts, of course, a maximum survival time of 29 minutes, 26 seconds, and a whooping 53% point contribution, and that is shown by the amount of eliminations that he brought to the team as well. So great work here by Robello, the first chicken dinner for Seven Sky, and also the first MVP for Robello himself.
700 damage. Close to this, basically a middle high when it comes to the individual stats, but we're going to go over for the match ranking. 18 points over Sky and GGZ at 16, time with a 14, Terra Esports at number 4. That's going to be all the doubling of numbers to the top 4, but the rest ended up with a single digit. MSI closing off though. That was a really good fight against Seven Sky, of course. For Elevate, at least he scored himself once. Unfortunately, our top 2 teams will be the one that not having any points. I mean, you got plenty of space and plenty of wiggle room, even though they, as long as both coming out together out of the lobby, still nobody can catch them up.
Yeah, it's unusual to see both Younger Galacticos and Hive with a 0 here. But like what you said, they will still be at the top respectively. It's a race between the two of them for the most part. Unless, well, last round NGGZ comes out super duper big and they still come out 0, then it's going to be a different story. But of course, we also want to see, okay, I also want to say, Seven Sky. After that chicken dinner, so they are at number 17 now, only 1 point behind 214. And 214 is not playing today. So Seven Sky maybe can make top 16 by after the next game.
They definitely get pushed down to 214. Provided Seven Sky not be the first one to get eliminated, of course, because right now GC is also on the rise. Now GC still have a shot to actually get himself the chicken based on last performance. And speaking of which, we're gonna hit the brakes for a bit before we head into our last match in the week 1 of PMCL for day 5. See you guys after this.
Alright, so it's going to be not only the last game for the day, but last game for week number 1. Of course, we're going to repeat Mirama again. After this, it's all done. It's all locked in, whatever placement it is. And the points, of course. And also, the placement to determine what will be the groupings for next week. Last game for all these 16 teams to bring as many points as possible.
Now, I want to put up a challenge for Hive. Can they finally overtake YG in the very last map here? Because YG been flexing, they're still at number 1, despite Hive is also playing here today. But when it comes to the Cinderella story, it might be just a different person that getting number 1 by end of today. Is it going to be NGGZ, the one that did not see this one coming? They're closing in the gap. Now, it's going to be the battle of the bottom, of course, the bottom 4, and also the battle of the top 3. This is going to be a banger when it comes to the last Mirama of the day.
We can expect a big one here, ladies and gentlemen, for our last game for the week. And this time, we're going to get a very different flight path. We're going to start from the left side of La Drilera down to Puerto Paraiso. But El Azaha, we saw an early fight. Hacienda, we saw an early fight. Hacienda probably is reachable. El Azaha might be a little bit far. So there could be a change of some of these drop spots that might affect the potential early fights elsewhere.
YG seems to be moving in the same direction early on. But with no 214 might get into Montenegro for ABC, and that's nothing to stop them as well. But for OV, it seems to be sharing with another different team. We're waiting for the circle to pop while looking at any crashes, of course, for the IX or Vaccine Esports. Sorry, Vixen. I forgot what I mean right now. Vanix, sorry. Vanix Esports is always going to be Patona. Like mentioned, Elevate. Not the best start before the entire day. I hope this time at least they got one time in winning over OV. I mean, OV no offense, but when it comes to big swing, Rax is always ready to go.
Yep, and he gets that first stock. So Rex is now looking for the next one, just across him though. Is he going to go for it alone? Has a lot of open space in front. Don't think he will do that. But what we're sure is that he will lock in that elimination point. Oh, okay. Now Leo swap places with Rex. Now he will be at the forefront. He goes in alone. He's kind of low right now. He's only down to 3 bullets, so he needs a swap. There comes Rex. And they will get Holy Say.
Mango. This is the first time we're looking at Mango playing. I don't see Mango a lot too often, didn't we?
Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe today is the debut or something like that. Yeah, but while that was happening, oh, this was quick. GC's out. All right, but I don't think they can go even further down, especially with the fact that Elevate has only 2 players left. Point gap is far. 18 will be it for Golden Cross.
That's already 214, is it? Get pushed down. Or is it SNK? Yeah, I think it's SNK, the one's not playing here at 19 spot. We mentioned about that early on. So they've been watching how the swap seats to the top 16. I guess still congratulations to all the remaining team. They managed to get themselves in the top 16. For Elevate, it's going to be a long gap. So it's like you mentioned, Cloud, I don't see with 2 players how they can actually get themselves around a 40-ish point. We never had a 40-ish point yet in this lobby. And so far, when it comes to YG and Hive, the point is still at a stalemate. Nothing seems to be moving. Back to its OV player. Rex got caught by Smoke. They're trying to gain as much point as they can to at least finish strong for Elevate.
Yeah, finish strong and at least they can bring some level of motivation towards next week. Revenge will be served onto Rex. Rex was the one that opened up the fight by getting the first knock, and now it will be Holy Smoke to surely finish him off. Then will be a question of like, okay, what will the other members of Observation Esports do? Looking at the minimap, they seem to be on their way, and they know that they have the numbers against Elevate, so they might just want to go and finish them off.
Mango. Yeah, there's going to be a bit of flax for Elevate. Cute. Well,
Oh.
there you go. The cuteness didn't stay long as Clay Jr. Definitely doesn't like his mate got somebody else's hands on. Smoke, got a clear sight. It needs a reload for Clay Jr. on the then repositioning to something with barricade. He couldn't save Rex right now. I think Elevate would definitely get the points here while taunting at the same time. Last man standing, Clay Jr. I feel like there's gonna be a bit of a deep revenge. He might actually try to till them out 1v2 if it needs to be, but what a nade mid air toss. They're leaving Rex to bleed out. They did not finish the point because Mango just now was pretty low himself.
Wait. Clay Jr. might take advantage of that. Oh, he evaded a nade. He gets one. He can get the second one. He's very close right now. Oh, Smoke got him. Oh man, that could have been almost a big comeback here by Observation Esports. But still, Elevate got that one. So now 4 points in the back. And Observation Esports, thank you so much for week number 1. We'll be seeing them again in week 2.
For Elevate, on the other end, it was a great psychology warfare when it comes between the two teams. They definitely played the mental games, try to bait out Clay Jr. Come on, you want to save your friend. And he actually took the bait in. That's Elevate winning it with the style. I have to give that. That's something else. That's very bold. But for Hive, on the other hand, they still want to try to eye out for number 1 spot, but they are being slightly a bit more careful than their usual self. This time they have slightly a bit more proactive rotation. We get to see them on top of Power Grid, try to find anybody nearby. It might actually go into, you know, from across Picardo, might moving slightly downwards just to find some targets.
Yep. Just to find out that nobody's around them as well. So they will be staying put at where they are around the area of Power Grid. And this is the team that scored the chicken dinner earlier, 7 Sky. Oh, they got 1 elimination, and it is out of 1 player from CSU, it seems. So 7 Sky with this 1 point. Okay, Vanix is now 4 points above them. Okay, still very doable for 7 Sky to catch Vanix. So the race for the bottom 4 to get the best placement possible will still be very interesting.
Creator feels minus here. He's doing some scouting work, marking their territory and get some information. A lot of scouting by these top teams right now to gain as much information, to know how many teams on the north, south, east and west, so they know what to avoid and which way to go in case the circle shifted. They know and expect it to have how many fights, how many teams they have to face again, depending on how the circle shift. For mine, it is going to be a very lonely scouting work for him because the rest of his team is quite far. Now, we do know that Power Grid Hive did not go back in because Picardo is where they will take for a bit, since GFS already occupied Power Grid right now. If they want to come back to its Power Grid, the high ground is already taken by GFS, so it's a bit of a risk for Hive. If they're willing to take, it might be a good point collection.
Though good fellas, they know that Hive is across, so they'll be keeping an extra caution on Hive's side. So yeah, I guess since it's still stage 1, Hive isn't too desperate to get into Power Grid, so they'll be happy to hold the high ground for now. Just like how Lord is happy to hold his high ground against the 2 players of Elevate. And now they start. They see Smoke. It was Scythe that knocked him down. Now it's only Mango left for Elevate on the other building. No way he can save his teammate now.
Scythe, he saw Holy Mango, but is waiting for that pick, hoping that very small pixel shot to somehow connect. It got the right direction of the crosshair, but just a matter of time. And Scythe definitely not that too much patience. He knows one of the members got knocked down for Elevate. Here comes the rest of Cavalry. They are regrouping and try to box in and isolate Mango from any way out. Oh, it's just waiting for the inevitable. So he's trying to wait them to get into CQC. They're not taking the bait. Vix, they'll force him out. He jumped down. Elevate still fighting back. And that's gonna be it. Smoke and Mango taken out. There's gonna be a 2.4 VIX. Vanex Esport getting a great start this time. But the circle, it's gonna be right on top of Power Grid and Cradle Field. Feels like slightly a deja vu this time. And Seven Sky already engaged against Time again.
Oh, and Seven Sky looks like they try to get away. I'm not interested to fight Time, especially on the other side of the circle. But Time, they will try still. But the terrain is blocking their view. Oh, but the fight inside of Power Grid looks like it started. I noticed on the elimination feed. Hype International and Goodfellas, they traded each other. But on screen, we're going to focus on to Misfit International. FV here, very low on health.
It's a long range fight between Hive and GFS. No follow-up. For MSI, it's down to CQC, VKS. And we're our baby. Waiting on the second floor. He saw the knockdown plays, but he needs to focus on the one at the stairs. But unfortunately, he got outplayed by one say. MSI winning over against VKS. Hopefully, when it comes to next week, we get to see them more. Depending on the group, of course. For Lion, there's going to be a resurrection. But other than the long fight of Hive versus GFS on top of Power Grid, the long range did not close into a CQC yet. The rest of the teams trying to scout, including ABC and Terry Esports.
Yeah, just next to each other. And Unknown knows that there's a team down there. So he'll be the one to keep an eye on if they were to move and at least get some information for the team back. For ABC, it's been a good day for them. Number 11, and they can still overtake CSU. Maybe can even overtake VKS if they can come up big. I would say generally it's a good comeback for ABC because at some point they were they were kind of stuck at the bottom four, but because of today's one good day in the middle of the overall charts, it's a nice end to the week for ABC.
Yeah, I love the fact they are trying. They're putting a lot of effort just to recalibrate with the teams to see what will work for them. And this is what the value for week number 1. To get something out of it, to familiarize the navigation of other teams and to learn what can they be better for week number 2. At least we can see that they are trying to be creative and try to get more variety of approach when it comes in week number 2 perhaps. But when it comes to teams coming in late, BKE, MSI and VIX taking a bit of slower approach, tanking a bit of the blue. But still stage 3 now start to hurt a bit, around 0.0, 0.7 ticks of HP per second. But for Seven Sky, I think they can actually be slightly better when it comes to the end of the day. They're slowly building up momentum. It took them slightly longer, but for Vanex Esports side climbing up, Smile seems to be the only person there. The rest of YG might be close by, but I think Smile is just trying to get himself a sweet spot to feed the information. This is always his spot to stand. Whenever they manage to loot up on time and the flight path given the way to get into this area early.
Yeah, it's common that we see him here. And he happened to be in a good spot where Vanix is just right below. So I'm not sure if Vanix knows that he's there though. But if one of the players of Vanix just goes straight up, then Smile can take the first shot. And with the circle shift, it is still a very good spot for Yangon Galacticos. And for Time, at them on screen now, they are getting kind of busy. On the elimination feed, I noticed that another fight's happening elsewhere. So I believe that's ABC perhaps. Okay, but it's BKE versus Goodfellas elsewhere. So we're going to see multiple fights erupt now.
No, BKE is fighting two-way war. That's also GFS behind them. Time in front of them. They are in a pinch. And ABC is taking a jab to Time and BKE at the same time. So BKE right now smothered, overwhelmed by 3 teams cornering them down. There's only one second here. The other 2 seems to be on the higher ground fighting against GFS. So I think for 1 sec, like it or not, he has to deal with 2 teams by himself right now.
Oh man, it's going to be quite a tall order. His team is nowhere to be found. But at least he has this rock to kind of hide and he's in the circle, so he can still hold this one. Okay, he can still chill here. But for ABC and Time, looks like these two teams not really chilling with each other. But we'll check back on them later because now we're going to switch over to NGGZ and Seven Sky. And Seven Sky navigating around this high ground. They probably don't know that they are being watched by NGGZ.
They know, they exactly know. The way they move are being too careful. And GGZ already released a couple of shots early on. That's why Seven Sky is taking a very careful approach towards the peak of the mountain. The circle time, unfortunately for Vanix Esport, the side of the high grounds they're taking is nowhere near the circle, so they have to move forward and push in. But for Seven Sky, look at how they're slowly approaching. Yep, they know. They definitely know. Seven Sky was trying to bait them out, but the problem is he took too much damage. But for Gerald, he got plenty of resources. Can he spot the rest of them? Found one, whiffed it plenty. There's a big of a wiggle from Seven Sky.
Oh, it was just too bad that Gerald couldn't get that knock. But he might get a second chance here. Let's see what kind of angle can he find. And Seven Sky, time is not on their side. They're on the outside of the circle. Blue will close behind them. And looks like they will decide to maybe leave. Oh no. Okay, one of them in the vehicle now. Alright. So smoke's deployed and leave is a decision for Seven Sky.
They managed to overtake YG, but it happens to be a tie. YG have high chance of finishing this at number 1 again, but last time we saw both taken out at the same time. I mean, if YG got taken out at 2-1-4 as well, that's interesting to watch. Probably just NGG's game all day long. But for GFS, they were fighting against BKE. Like I mentioned before, why they are not trying to save 1 second, because the other two is a bit busy with GFS. If you notice, I talk about that because you say you didn't know. But yeah, YG, they got themselves higher ground, but they don't have any information. Never mind, they got a small window that Chewy's on the ground. Now YG, the rest of them, do they follow up with this or not?
They still have the high ground though. So looking at the current situation, they don't seem to want to leave that one yet with the high ground advantage that they have. So they're going to keep that one for now. And plus they still have the circle, so they can still buy a little bit more time. But for Misfit International, well, they have been eliminated. But with their elimination, now this will open up the door for Vanix. They are 5 points behind Misfit International to push them down.
At least good news, nobody's getting lower than top 16, so it's still good news. Whoever goes down first. It's just a matter of a ranking position that's going to make a difference at 1 point or 2 points as a start. But for ABC, a lot of fights there. We're missing it out. Seven Sky got eliminated after such a great run just now. I guess they're still going to start at 16. But at least they have to have another 16 or better for next week. That's super important for them. They are actually on the fence when it comes to the 14th and 15th and 16th place in this week's result. They have to either double down for next week or stay at where they are at by end of week number 2. Then they can get into the grand finals. Not going to be easy for the grand finals due to the head start lesser than the rest of the team, but at least they have a shot at grand finals. But for YG, they definitely want more points here because they're being super careful, not too reckless with their rotation.
And what's interesting with YG and the current position in the overalls is that they just need, since they're equal now, right? So 1 point above and they will be at number 1. So we have 9 teams now. One more team gets eliminated and they will get that place on point already. The only other surprise if it's NGGZ, that's all.
Yep. Yeah, because NGGZ right now is at exactly 200 mark. If they got themselves chicken without elimination, then that's still going to be at number 2 or number 3. But for NGGZ, they need a bit more eliminations just to close up strong at number 1 spot. It will be a huge advantage NGGZ if they score number 1 this week though.
Yeah, and that will be a pleasant surprise for NGGZ. They still have a full team, so anything can happen. Okay. So, oh, we are 8 teams now. Alright, so 1 team just got eliminated somewhere. That means right now, Yangon Gaikos, based on placement points, they are at number 1.
But back to its ABC. what they decide to do here. Very bold. I love this version of ABC. A bit more daring this time, but unfortunately did not prepare for the rush. Dale and Hash on the other hand already weighed themselves with the DBS or a UMP or even an S12K in case they got charged in. That just surprised ABC, but time Wacko with Dale against Hash. I mean, I guess a blunder did happen with that kind of smoke. But this gave all the winners for Xiao Jia. This might just be a biggest blunder for time yet.
Ooh. And time, well, because of that, now they are only left with Wako. And is he able to save his teammate? I'm not sure. But then for him to do so, he have to win the fight against Mo Wang. Like he's moving away and Mo Wang gets a good clear shot. And there goes Wako, the final player for time. They're out at 8 elimination points, but back-to-back elimination next is ABC out.
7 eliminations for NGGZ right now. If they score a chicken cloud, this 100% NGGZ gonna take over that number 1 spot. It's not the battle of Hive or YG. It's actually NGGZ taking the podium, taking that number 1 spot, giving a huge statement. Hey, I got once, it's fine. You guys want to take week number 2 for Hive and YG.
Yeah, I mean that would be an interesting surprise, right? But NGGZ either has to eliminate YG or YG gets eliminated somehow, because as long as they're still alive, then it's still kind of hard. But yeah, both teams still in the game, so it could still happen. There's still enough bodies for that to be realized. And it also depends on now what YG is going to do. They seem to be on the move, or they're preparing at least, because there's a chance that this place won't be in the circle next.
You know what? I personally feel like I'm rooting for NGGZ to wipe out YG. Nothing against YG, just because, you know, the surprise that we love to watch. The drama of week number 1 of a sudden rise of NGGZ from the top 8. And suddenly they are in the top 3 and can we take number 1 spot. That's interesting to have a narration for week number 2 though.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? I'd love to see like something different. Yeah. I mean, nothing against YG or whatever, but it's just interesting to see like, oh, okay, NGGZ? Wow, all right. But it's really up to them right now. Good news for NGGZ is that they are in the circle. As for YG, while the players still on the outside, but they still want to hold on to this valuable high ground because they know that there are more teams below them, outside circle. They see this opportunity to get those exit frags.
But this crate is barely at the edge of a circle. If the circle not where YG's at, if they have to move, that's going to be the hardest rotation for them to get out. It's an open road for them to cross over the other side. That's going to be slightly hard. The Sisu and GGZ waiting across the other side of the road as well. But high chance it's going to be in between still. And Sisu, they are all stacked up together. The problem is going to be Red. He got a clear information and view if they try to pick out.
So he will be the main guy to feed. Where should they look at? Well, I guess because of him, then Gerald got Sai down on his knees. And based on the elimination feed, based on the minimap, I can see that the rest of NGGZ, they're moving in and they want to get those points in. Lord knocked down as well. And Lord eliminated by MM. Okay, so that's another point to NGGZ. Now we're going to go down to the low ground and see what's going to happen here with Goodfellas.
And they're not in the circle. This is going to be the toughest hike for 3 teams. Vanix coming in first. Look at how YG just start choosing to shoot them down. But GFS and BK still having a go. And GFS seems like they are winning this one out. When it comes to BK down to last man standing. But NGGZ, they try to get as fast as they can those high grounds. To be slightly closer towards where YG. Because nobody else is on the northern side. NGGZ's got plenty of space. But this problem for YG as well. GFS, they're aiming 2 teams, BKE and YG at the same time. Oh boy, NGGZ, your time to shine.
Oh yes, surely they saw the elimination feed at YG is out now. Let's see how many more can they get here. Gerald with this nade and Vadix right in front of him. Can he angle it? Okay, Nate. And he gets Jeffrey. Alright, Sai goes in. But he lost that fight against Jero. And Jero now looking to lock in those points. A few more of them inside the smoke, behind the shack. But before that, Jero will make sure they will bring in the points to NGGZ.
Gerald cooking up another one. Oh, that deflection might cost him red, but that's going to be an easy toss down to Marku and Scythe. Yep, it's gone. And GGZ, they secure plenty of eliminations. Oh, we do know how the overall rankings look like right now. They got even the position points as well, not added in yet. It's 212. Last we've seen YG might have slightly more. The position ranking they had was 5th place, so I assume it's going to be almost close to 20. So they have to score a chicken for NGGZ to make it easier for them to be at number 1, but they spotted out another one. There's no ending to their firing power here. The frags keeps going up for NGGZ.
Yeah, and that's going to be another one with Chewy out. Rong is now on his knees. This nade did not connect, but still, they found a way to lock in that elimination point. Man, it's a whole bunch here. Full team still. And now they see CSU. CSU on the other side, 3 players. But CSU, they're not inside the circle yet. They're desperate of getting in, but NGGZ is just stopping them.
Nobody guarding over the northern side, and they will try to gatekeep that circle, denying them from entering in every way possible. And they got those elevations as well. How to get in? JFS got the hardest spot at that very steep angle. It's impossible for JFS to peek out. Sisu is just right on top of them as well. Repositioning by NGGZ, they are mirroring CSU's positioning. So this is going to be tough for GFS. I mean, if they are super busy with each other, now that's where it's going to be go time for GFS coming from the backside.
Oh, that's going to be really interesting if that happens, right? So he's going to stay quiet for now. But Ding... Oh, okay. It kind of looks like... Okay, they know that Shaco is here. Oh, no.
Now, I don't think GFS can make it the cloud. It's too steep for the hike. Yep. Wait, 15? How many? Can they got themselves, what, 19 elimination? Did they score that one as well? And GGZ not stopping. Is this oh, Sisu. Sisu, will you steal the chicken away from NGGZ now?
Oh. And if they score these 3 more, it will be 19 in total. Oh, and they're going for it. They want to get every single point here. Here we go. Minor gets 1. Okay, Ting on the other side. Okay, they see Ting here, and Ting is now down to 40% of health. This is NGGZ's moment here as they come in to lock in the chicken dinner and a whooping 19 elimination points.
I think that's with the chicken. Definitely more than enough to show Hive and YG, you guys are all the talk that everybody love about when it comes to this competition. Even deny us, but I pull them out for my prediction. So I guess my prediction is actually on point now. I got all 3 teams for the prediction in the top 3.
Oh yeah, that's right. And to make it even sweeter, NGGZ is at number 1, and all the talk is all about like, okay, maybe it's Hive, maybe it's YG, but all of a sudden NGGZ as well, and they happen to be in your prediction, so that's a whole full package there. Wow, what an end to week number 1. And not only just NGGZ getting number 1 and everything else, right? But they also had amazing highlights for themselves, especially with Red, with that clutch in one of the Erangel matches. Man, NGGZ, this is the team to watch this season.
We do know MVP for this match is going to be Jero, but I agree with you. I want to see whether Brett can get the daily MVP and who's going to get the weekly MVP as well.
Yeah, we'd love to see Red as well, right? But of course, objectively based on the stats, yeah, it's definitely going to be Jero here. 8 eliminations and a whooping 1,321 damage to come together with it. And he only took, what, 21 damage taken? And still able to frag that much, still able to do that much damage, still able to bring in the most knockouts. This is like a perfect stat for a player. Least damage taken. Wow, wow, so much value, man. Gotta look at the highlights again.
Throwables, not too much by NGGZ. I think Jaro got himself that very high ground just now. There's slightly a bit of a very sharp, steep mountain that nobody can actually oversee his shots. But when it comes to the damage, I'm loving this. All four teams actually do have over 1,000 damage at minimum, including Sisu. But for NGGZ, 2,683. This is going to be a new record holder for Miramar eliminations.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? I mean, 19, and they know their mission. Their mission is to try to beat the odds, beat the talk of the town, or people saying, oh, it's either YG or Hype International. They make themselves known and unforgettable with their performance this week. This is something from NGGZ. And Goodfellas had a good ending as well. I would say, had a difficult start, but once they scored that chicken dinner, then they start to find their pacing. MVP, of course, is Mr. Jero, Mr. Perfectionist.
Got a perfect round. He got a perfect round. I don't know who to pick between daily MVP. Do you want to go for Jaro for his performance just now, or do you prefer? I do want to see Red as well, deserving for a daily MVP, at least a daily MVP.
Yeah, I mean, but Jero's stats, man, it's hard to pick, right? Okay, maybe if daily MVP, maybe Jero, but weekly MVP, just because of Red coming up with amazing highlights, let him get the weekly MVP. So both of them get one.
And we haven't got that one yet. I was anticipating for but 29 points for MGGC. I think this is very close of, getting the record where YG still recorded for the most eliminations, but it was Rondo. But GC, they went down quite early. But on the side of Hive and YG, surprise guys, you got a new contender now, and they will smash you down in the very last minute. What a comeback story.
What a story to tell, surely. Expect a lot of posts on social media coming soon. GC is the only team to not get any point at this round, so it's a little bit too bad for them. As for Elevate, 4 points. It won't change their position of number 20 at the end. So next week will be a desperate week for teams like Elevate and the rest of the bottom four that we will confirm in a little bit more. Looking forward to seeing next week, because when teams get desperate, I'm sure we'll see the best of some of those teams.
Speaking of the bottom teams, now we get to see the ones that didn't make it for the week 1 Now, despite they have a lot of winning over compound for 2-1-4 versus ABC, that drama, but ABC the ones having the last laugh. They got themselves in the top 16. They are at 12th place. 2-1-4, they have to reconsider. But the funny thing is, there is a tiebreaker between 7 Sky and 2-1-4 if this is supposed to be the grand final. The only difference is going to be that chicken dinner. So 2-1-4, GC, SNK, and Elevate, they have to make do for their redemption in week number 2. But the top 3 is just 10 points different. 11 make it happen.
So tied up there. And I kind of wish that Observation Esports would get a little bit closer, but they had a couple of rounds that they dropped the ball. So I guess they would need to be content with the number 4 that they are at now. 2-1-4, my only comment is that, well, 7 Sky scored the chicken dinner today. So then they won the tiebreaker immediately. But daily MVP, okay. So it's Mr. Gerald, Mr. Perfectionist. Wow, the last game really did him good.
Yep, well deserving. Props on you, Gerald. But when it comes to average elimination, I guess he got plenty of elimination. He did a lot of work for the team as well. But I'm not surprised another player that crossed my mind, Cloud, that might actually get another weekly MVP right just now. That I feel like also a daily MVP well deserving. It's going to be Time Esport Wacko. He did so much work.
Oh yeah, he did a lot of work for Time as well. Agree on that. And there was one round that he got a lot of eliminations and his teammates either got like 1 or
rounds.
0s. Oh, so 3 rounds in a row. Okay, so thanks for keeping track on that. But because I guess the overall of NGGZ did very well, and then Jero showed up really, really big in that last round. So daily MVP is still his. So not going to take that away from Jero. Congratulations to you, my man. Totally deserve this one.
Yeah, hopefully NGGZ. I mean, now they already confirmed they're number 1 for week 1. Do we gonna have a lot of teams try to focus on challenging NGGZ in week number 2? Week number 2 is gonna be a different grouping, of course. So that's gonna be fun to watch, and I want to see how the grouping will be. And this, you are officially looking at the group league ranking for week number 1. And GGZ scored himself with 15 points. And then when he talked about the top 10, this is gonna be your top 10. My eyes are locked on the second page though, because anything can happen on the second page. Page 1, I think number 6 and above, slightly safer.
Yeah, I would say page 1 kind of okay there, unless something mind-blowing happens. I don't need to do the math. But yeah, teams on page 2 will need to really buck up next week. So for the benefit of our audience, right? So in case if you're wondering, okay, how this one works is that their ranking by the end of the week will be converted into the league ranking points, and then they will do the same thing for week number 2. And once we get the points from 2 weeks, we will see who is the top 16 league ranking points. And based on that top 16, they will move on to the finals. Now, switching over to page number 2. So we have a whole bunch of zeros there. That's the bottom 4.
But that's not too safe for KE, VIX, MSI, and 7 Sky, because they barely got plenty. That's why I said 6th position onwards. Do you have a slightly safe bet? Because you have to add in week 1 and week 2. And the minimum so far in our previous experience of across all the other tournaments, right, is always going to be 6 points and above to have the total points to get into the grand finals. That's going to be usually the minimum, 6 points, then you are confirmed. So whoever got 6 points, if they didn't score anything for week 2, it's still going to be safe. But the ones starting from 13th place to 20, they really have to secure their week 2 positioning now.
Yeah, so that will be the magical number, right, for the teams next week. And teams will be looking at this and telling themselves that, oh man, okay, a lot of desperate teams for next week. It's going to be really, really fun. And once next week is done, then bam, we'll know who's in the finals. But also, besides like knowing the league ranking points, we will also find out like what sort of groups will be in next week. So I wonder if we're going to see 2-1-4 and ABC in the same group. We need to let our officials do that one, because right now, we know the list here, but yeah, the groupings is the official one that I'll be waiting for to see.
Yeah. 2-1-4 ABC. I think also the teams that always fight against each other, that's plenty of time. Also, it's gonna be GC and Time. They're not meeting too much often, but when it comes to early fights, usually their names pop up and fighting against each other for their second or third checkpoints. It's not their initial crash or first drop. So I think we gotta wait for week number 2 to know who actually be in the same group. But please, just for the sake of the fun, 214 ABC, that's gonna be a tough one to start. The entire week you're stuck with your arch nemesis.
Yeah, even if it's like, oh, you put together and then it's like, oh, actually they're not in the same group. But just for kicks, right? If anybody has that power to say, no, we put them in the same group. Yeah, just for kicks. I wouldn't mind that though, just saying.
It's so rigged. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that, but it's improper. It's just, I think they're probably not going to be the same. But today has been such a banger, and it's such a banger for week number 1. Props to NGGC to make it such a turnaround. And thank you so much from us, Chuchu and Sir Cloud, your caster for week number 1. Our week 2 will be joined by our colleague, which will surprise you who it will be. Make sure you guys stay tuned. But I guess, Cloud, anything last to say for week number 1 so far?
Amazing first week. Congratulations to NGGZ. I look forward to them in the next week. Till then, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be wrapping up week number 1 and we'll see you guys again. Bye-bye.